Відчувається, що у нас сьогодні багато молодих людей.
Well, obviously, a lot of young people are here, and they are very disciplined, like former students. So if it is that you are supposed to be somewhere at 11 o'clock, they are there on the dot. So please make ready to work, drink up your coffee, otherwise we'll close up the door.
Шановні пані та панове,
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 10th Jubilee Youth Kyiv Security Forum. Our topic today is Generation W, the leadership of youth in times of war. Generation W is primarily about a generation of war, but this is also a generation of warriors, of willpower and witnesses. The very letter W shows that this is a generation of unity, double U, two letters united. And we feel that there are a lot of people behind us and who stand with us and ready to fight for the values and goals that we set before ourselves. I hope that these 2 days will help us all, young leaders, men and women, to understand where we stand, where we are moving, and they will inspire you to work towards this goal, to be proud of this country and to be the embodiment of this country. So how we work today? We have 2 days of work today, and should there be an air alert, we go to the shelter. It's not that we just having good time there. We will continue working there. There will be a stage there, so our task is to go there as quickly as possible and to carry on with our work. As I've said, we have 2 working languages today for panel discussions and the forum in general, so you can pick up your headsets if you haven't done so yet. And before we start, I'd like to thank those thanks to whom this forum became possible. The 10th Youth Security Forum was organized by Arseniy Yatsenyuk Open Ukraine Fund in partnership with the NATO office in Ukraine and with the support of National Democratic Institute and Friedrich Ebert Institute in Ukraine. The institutional partner in this forum is the Atlantic Council. And to start our formal work, let's stand up for the anthem of Ukraine.
Усміхнеться доля, згинуть наші вороженьки, як роса на сонці, запануємо ми, браття, у своїй сторонці. Душу й тіло ми положим за нашу свободу і покажем, що ми браття козацького роду. Душу й тіло ми положим за нашу свободу і покажем, що ми браття козацького роду.
Слава Україні!
Glory to Ukraine. Glory to the heroes.
І до вітального слова
And for the welcoming remarks, I would like to give the floor to the head of Kyiv Security Forum, the Prime Minister of Ukraine in 2014-16, Mr. Arseniy Yatsenyuk. Thank you, Yana. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, and the morning is good because we are all alive and well. This is the 10th Jubilee Forum. This is the first time we are holding this forum since the large-scale invasion started. The war against Ukraine actually started back in 2014, not in 22. I've been thinking about how I address you first. We have a very good, wonderful audience. The youngest one is 18 years old, and the oldest one, I'm not counting myself, is 33, is the oldest person in the audience. I was impressed by your CVs. A considerable part of those who are present here are people who have already established themselves. And there are a lot of people who are still waiting to be self-actualized. I would like to thank you, you young people, for being in Ukraine. Thank you for your aspirations. Thank you for having goals. Thank you for your belief in Ukraine. First of all, I would like to thank our military who are present here. If it wasn't for them, we would not be here. So let us give them a round of applause. Thank you very much. Yana put it quite rightly. We were thinking about how to entitle this forum, and Romina, the director of our foundation, found the right title, Generation W. The first reaction was natural. W is related to our grief, our war. And you are the generation of war. But then we started thinking about what else can be embodied by the letter W. And it turns out that the generation W is not just a war generation. Generation W is a generation of warriors. Generation of fighters. Generation W is a generation of winners, a generation of those who triumph. Generation W is the generation of those who have willpower, those who are strong, and they are Ukrainians. You represent this generation. Our young Ukrainian W generation should make Ukraine successful. This is about you. I don't see any other success for Ukraine than for Ukraine being a member of NATO and the European Union. That is why our goal here at this meeting is not just to listen to our incredible speakers. You would have seen the agenda. We have very impressive people, volunteers, military, journalists, educationalists, entrepreneurs, people who make up the core of Ukraine. But our task at this meeting is to listen to you. I want this forum to be a rostrum for those who today are fighting for Ukraine, and a rostrum for you, for those who will be recovering Ukraine tomorrow. Vladimir Zelensky recently had a meeting with civil society representatives. We are gathered here as the young representative for this generation to have its say in the future of Ukraine. Upon the results of the forum, you will write 2 documents, and those documents will make 2 people happy. Secretary General of NATO, because you're going to write a letter to NATO making your case why you think Ukraine should become a member of NATO. This is your vision. This is your conviction. And the second one is an address to the Ukrainian government, which will make the Prime Minister happy, because he will receive a letter with your recommendations as to what should be done faster for Ukraine to become a member of the EU as quickly as possible. Recently, a couple of days ago in Brussels, they published the report about the progress of Ukraine towards membership in the EU. So you have a wonderful opportunity to make the voice of Ukrainian youth heard in the world, why Ukraine should become a member of NATO and what should be done for Ukraine to become a member of the EU as well. In the history of our country, there have been a lot of dramatic periods and pages. We all want to have a historic victory of Ukraine, and together with our Western partners, we have to make conclusions and summarize what was happening in the future. If we manage to understand the lessons of history, we would not have another Budapest Memorandum, and we would not have a repeat of what happened at the Bucharest summit meeting of NATO 2008. We have to draw the right conclusions from that, and we have to move forward so that Ukraine and the whole civilized world triumph. My hopes are about the Ukrainian military and each and every one of you, and that we will emerge victorious in this just and fair war, and Generation W will really be a generation of winners. I'm sure of that. Glory to Ukraine, and I wish you all fruitful work. That was Arseniy Yatsenyuk, head of the Kyiv Security Forum, Prime Minister of Ukraine in 2014-16. And now, in order to understand the scale of what's in store for us, let's see a brief video about the Kyiv Security Forum for youth.
Аби стати
In order to become a generation of winners, Generation W, we need the support of the countries which share our basic values, the values of human life and freedom. And now we have an exclusive opportunity to speak with Ms. BESANCENOT, Assistant Secretary General of NATO for Public Diplomacy.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're hearing you. I think everything is okay. So my first question is, Ukraine greatly values the leadership of former NATO Secretary Jens Stoltenberg. The new Secretary General, former Dutch Prime Minister Mark Rutte, is recognized by Ukrainians as a reliable partner. He even addresses the Kyiv Security Forum this year. What are his key priorities, and what sets his mission apart from that of his predecessor?
discussing this with you. Indeed, the W generation were very tough, and I'm happy that also stand for generation. I hope this is what I'm supporting you. So exactly. So we had a new secretary, and
Ms. Besancenot, I think we have some troubles with connection, and let us try to reconnect. Maybe it will be better. Yes, so our technical team will work on it. Це надзвичайно важлива розмова, тому що цей захід Київський безпековий форум
important dialogue because this event is being held in partnership with NATO office in Ukraine. We have to understand where we are moving because Ukraine on its own would not be able to fight and win over a dictator which is very formidable. So the position of NATO as regards our prospective membership in NATO is a kind of a symbol of the fact that it will happen. And this is one of the key highlights of our foreign policy. We need to speak about this, and we need to have no illusions about that. Very often, diplomacy is exactly something which is happening between the lines, as it were. So I do believe that we will have a dialogue with Ms. Besancenot, because I would like to ask her if there's any unity within NATO in terms of Ukraine joining NATO. We know about the position of Hungary, Turkey, and the Slovak Republic. But when we speak about the key countries of NATO, do they have a strong stand? Are they ready to show that human life is the top value? No country can be allowed to kill people just because you don't like them or because they speak another language than you do. So this is what we need to discuss today. I'm waiting for our technical team to say whether we have re-established connection, and I'm sure that we will succeed sooner or later, and hopefully we will be able to talk. So information technologies are moving forward very fast, but sometimes online connections fail, and sometimes you have to fix things as you go along. It's not across the Atlantic Ocean, it's our link with Europe, and we hope that everything will be fixed. We would like also to know whether NATO is impressed with the performance of our military. They've been saying this time and time again, but what kind of lessons can they draw from our military? So with this, Ms. Besancenot, are you hearing us?
Something going wrong. So let's try again. Let's try again to connect. Oh.
I hear you. I can.
We're hearing you, but the connection is not stable, so it's like interrupted every second. Не виходить, бачите?
If I shut the video, can you hear me better?
We're hearing, but it's not the best kind of connection. Okay, ми знайшли рішення. So we have a decision. We will just hearing you, but not see you. But I think it's not a big trouble. So please, have you heard my question, or let me repeat it?
I've heard it, and it's fine with me if you hear me like this. Thank you. So it's a great privilege to be with you today. And of course, my hope and our support is that
Так, ми
Generation
сподіваємося,
war
що нам
becomes
вдасться таки
generation of
голосом принаймні
winners, of
поспілкуватися, най
course.
без відео, але тим не менше почути основні меседжі, які пані помічниця генерального
I
секретаря.
think we will need to hear the main messages which the Assistant Secretary General would like to deliver to us. Let's give a chance to this. Yes, we'll give a chance to this.
Є звук?
Is there any sound?
So, Ms. Besancenot, let's try again. Technical team says me that we have your voice. We can speak without picture. So, have you heard my question, or let me repeat it?
Yes, I've heard it very well, but can you hear me if I reply?
Yes. Now everything looks okay. So let's start.
Fabulous, thank you. So it's a great privilege for me to be with you today, even if it's virtual. And of course, my greatest hope and my support here today is to say that indeed we do want to turn this generation W of war into a generation of winners, and that NATO's support in this respect is steadfast. So you've asked about our new Secretary General, and indeed, Mark Rutte just joined us 25 days ago now, very recently, and his very first trip was, of course, to come to Ukraine and ensure his support. And just 2 weeks after that, he convened at the NATO headquarters the first defense ministerial meeting with all 32 ministers plus one, so 33, plus President Zelensky was also there, establishing first continuity with what his predecessor has done, but then also his own vision. So let me give you the 3 priorities that he has shared on that day. And the first one was ensure that NATO has the capabilities to protect against any threat. And that means calling all allies to invest in their defense continuously in order also to be able to support Ukraine. And that's priority number 2. Support Ukraine in fighting back against Russian aggression and do it continuously, and avoiding the war fatigue and making sure that allies step up their own production to be able to support Ukraine. And the third priority was addressing the growing global challenges in the Euro-Atlantic security, and a whole variety of them, including hybrid threats. So clearly, his mission is to build on what was already started by NATO and by its 32 members, and ensure that NATO keeps its focus indeed regarding what is at stake in Ukraine. And the message went very, very clear. And if I may just share a personal impression of that first ministerial meeting, he gave space for the allied ministers to be very sincere, to be very conversational, including with your minister, and express their personal support and also what each nation bilaterally was intending to do. And I can tell you that there was strong, unanimous support.
So let's talk about our way, Ukraine's way to alliance. Recently, President Volodymyr Zelensky mentioned that the attitude within the alliance towards Ukraine's membership has shifted. It now seems within reach. How would you assess the unity of NATO regarding Ukraine's potential membership?
Well, thank you for this question. So Ukraine will be a member of NATO. There's no doubt about this. And indeed, the allies have jointly decided in the previous summits, where once a year they all meet with the heads of state and they sign a document that is fully agreed. So last year in Washington, they agreed that Ukraine's, and I quote, path to membership is irreversible, and that Ukraine is closer to NATO than ever before. So that's a given. What is new and what is making this even more closer than ever? So since the last summit, we have a comprehensive assistance package to help Ukraine implement reforms. We're also establishing a NATO command to coordinate and provide security assistance and training for Ukraine. And the allies have agreed to fund military aid for Ukraine with 40 billion euros as a minimum within the coming year. And on top of that, many allies, of course, have signed bilateral security agreements with Ukraine. So right now, we know that roughly 21 billion have been gathered. So we're halfway through what the allies have pledged to. And the work we're doing with Ukraine is making Ukraine stronger already now, but also more interoperable with NATO. And that means interoperable means better prepared to join the alliance. And all these elements combined together constitute the bridge to NATO membership. And so allies really look forward to the day that Ukraine is here as a member of this alliance. And until then, we all continue to do what we can do to ensure Ukraine prevails, because allies believe it's vital for your security, but also for our shared security.
So how do you evaluate the strengths of Ukraine's armed forces, and how would you describe the current level of cooperation between NATO and Ministry of Defense of Ukraine?
Well, I'm not a military person, but of course the Ukraine's armed forces have shown in an incredible way in the past 2.5 years their strength. They have proven many times that they can push back the Russian forces and that they need our continued support. And I think what we've seen, especially in the last couple of months, is that because the Ukrainian forces are so strong, Russians are attacking energy, power grid, are attacking civilians via hybrid threats, disinformation, and so on. So yes, of course, the situation on the battlefield is very tough. But Ukraine's army has a hold on part of the Kursk region in Russia. We know also the Russian forces are making advances in the east of Ukraine, and Russia continues its air attacks and keeps targeting the power grid before winter. But we know that the gains are limited. And NATO's role in this is clearly what I just mentioned, which is setting up the new command to coordinate security assistance training for Ukraine soldiers, preparing the allies for continuous efforts to build up Ukraine's future forces, including this financial pledge. And what I can say also is that seen from here, what is very incredible with the achievements of the Ukrainian forces is how supported they are by civil society. And this is something that many allies are also learning from. And in order to support you, one of the decisions of the summit has been to create a lessons learned center in Poland, where indeed we're working together on fast learning with the Ukrainian armed forces from what they have developed, how they have innovated in the past months, and to make sure that this will be included in NATO-Ukraine interoperability challenges in the future.
Russian aggression against Ukraine has continued for more than 10 years, and during this decade, the Ukrainian army has undergone fundamental changes. What key changes in this context of Ukraine's rapprochement with NATO would you highlight?
So what I can really speak of is maybe from my point of view working on STRATCOM. So what happened in Washington is the NATO-Ukraine Council was established with many different committees. What I see, and I can testify to this very personally, I'm in charge of STRATCOM, and we have a rule with my whole division that we never produce any communications on Ukraine or about Ukraine without including our Ukraine colleagues' voices. So what I can share is that we are in touch with the Ukrainian forces, but also the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense, but also the STRATCOM Center, but also the Center for Countering Disinformation. We're really in touch with a whole diversity of actors, and what really strikes me is their ability to speak in one voice. I can really testify to the fact that we've been able to develop joint projects this year, joint campaigns, joint work. And for the first time last week, we actually produced a joint report on the assessment of Russian threats in the information space. And this we've never done with any partner. Ukraine is the first partner that we manage this. And this proves the level of trust that exists between us, and also the level of interoperability, because this would not be possible if we didn't talk every week. So seen from my point of view, this is what I can say. And indeed, these are recent achievements. These are things that we've been making progress on in the past years, and I think we're now in a very unique place.
You know, many experts said that the ongoing war in Ukraine is the first of its kind after the World War II. The defenders of Ukraine applied new technologies and demonstrate fantastic flexibility on the battlefield. Are there any lessons that NATO can learn from Ukrainians, and what experience can we share with the alliance?
Yes, clearly. So, as I mentioned, Russia's war right now is the largest armed conflict in Europe since World War II. And in many ways, many nations in the West had completely forgotten many aspects of high-intensity conventional warfare. And what we're doing with you right now is learning from both the obstacles that Ukraine has faced and your innovations. So indeed, last summit, NATO leaders decided to establish the new NATO-Ukraine Joint Analysis, Training and Education Center, we call it JTEC, to help us strategically apply lessons directly from the battlefield. So this is a first joint NATO-Ukraine center. It is conceived of as a collaborative knowledge hub, and it will be a game changer for strengthening our collective security, and it's really a milestone in the NATO-Ukraine relationship. So the JTEC, so the Joint Center, will focus on developing the Ukrainian armed forces' ability to defend, deter, and operate with NATO forces, but also analyze all the lessons learned from the ongoing war, and inform NATO's and Ukraine's future strategies. We have a second center, Joint Analysis and Lessons Learned Center, created also to develop analysis product to understand all the lessons learned and put us in a position to respond more effectively. So which innovations are we talking about? I think you know best. Ukraine innovations in the defense industry is really changing warfare. I mean, you know all the innovations. We've seen the naval drone, Sea Baby, and other Ukrainian developed naval drones completely incapacitate Russia's Black Sea fleet. And we've also seen independently developed or other technologies, as well as the jam-resistant handheld radios that you have developed, Chimera, or indeed all this very sophisticated acoustic sensors that integrate modern technologies. So all these innovations are really taken into account and transforming future warfare. And maybe something I can share from the last ministerial meeting. This was all discussed. Also the need to support Ukraine innovations on the ground as they're happening. So indeed, other organizations are also doing their part. And I think about the EU, which has already allocated more than 440 million from the income generated by the frozen assets of Russians to support Ukrainian defense industry. And another example is NATO ally Denmark funding the production of 18 Ukrainian-made Bogdana howitzer, which have already reached the military. So I think this idea of investing in Ukraine-made defense industry products is something that is really being more and more important now.
So, and at the end, Ms. BESANCENOT, there is like 100 of young Ukrainian leaders listening to you now. Do you have a specific message to them?
Well, I have a message of course, encouragement and admiration. And I think the contribution of Ukraine's next generation are absolutely critical to the defense and long-term security and prosperity of Ukraine. I also believe that because Ukraine's future is directly tied to Europe's future, then your generation's involvement is really critical to all of us in Europe and the Transatlantic Alliance. So I would just say, keep doing what you're doing. Our goal at NATO is to fight the war fatigue. It's not because there are other conflicts in the world that your conflict doesn't remain our central conflict. And so I would also say, please help people like me tell your stories, stories of innovation, stories of personal commitments. And these are the stories that we want to share, because Ukraine's fight is also our fight for freedom and for recognition of your rights. So full support and congratulations to the organizers of this event.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for coming, for the possibility of this conversation. З нами була Marie-Doha BESANCENOT, помічниця Генерального секретаря НАТО з питань публічної
We had Marie-Doha BESANCENOT, Assistant Secretary General for Public Diplomacy. Thank you. Before talking about various representatives of the generation W, generation of warriors, let's have a look at how this war has impacted youth, because everyone can say something about himself or herself, different impacts, but there are general trends and common trends. So I'm inviting to the floor the head of the UNDP program, Victoria Demidova, who will share with us the results of the research which they have conducted for the second time. Good afternoon. I'm very pleased to be here, and I'm very grateful to the organizers for inviting me. It's a great honor to present the preliminary results of the research, which has become an annual one, on how the war impacts the youth, which is done by the initiative of the Ministry of Sports and UNDP program in Ukraine, and funded by the Foreign Ministry of Denmark and European Union. Why I say that the results are preliminary? Because official presentation is planned to be done in November. Today I'll show you some figures, some trends, some conclusions and recommendations, but this is only a brief review of the research which we have completed. What were our tasks? In general, UNDP conducts research on youth since 2015, but after the full-scale invasion, the need emerged to see how the war impacts youth, how the youth assesses the current situation. So since 2022, we have been doing this research in order to answer these questions. Very briefly about methodology. In the framework of this research, we asked youth both in Ukraine and abroad. So in Ukraine, we had a qualitative and quantitative component. Quantitative component is the all-national representative research youth from 14 to 34 years old. They were polled from May to June. The interview covered about 2,000 respondents. We had 12 focus groups with different groups of youth. These are young people who represent the IDPs, disabled youth, youth living in rural communities, veterans, as well as youth representing a Roma community. We also conducted polling of youth abroad. There were 436 young people from 14 to 34 years old. And about the question what youth is concerned about today, I will explain some figures. As of June 2024, 42% of youth concerned most of all about their health, both their own health and health of their relatives.
Another concerns are lack of money, lack of free time, physical security and safety, and psychological or mental health. Looking at the youth living abroad, their major concern is that of the mental health. 61% then health in general, physical safety and security. And when it comes to physical safety and security, we speak about either the respondents themselves or the members of their families who may reside in Ukraine at the moment. Our survey also showed that the inclusion is a very important topic because the number of people with disability has grown in the times of the war. So we discussed this issue during focus groups with the veterans, with the youth with disability. We know that Ukraine has to adjust to the new realities of life and be more inclusive to disability. The material well-being and access to employment and lack of money still remain very topical for 31% of the respondents. In 2024 and in 2023, if we look at the year 2021, 46% of the respondents were concerned about their monetary well-being related to post-COVID situation and to the collapse in the labor market when a lot of young people lost their jobs. I would like to underscore the need for psychological counseling and assistance. When asked whether they need psychological assistance, ever more young people start answering yes, and this share is fairly low. Last year it was 12%, this year it's 18%. And this growth can be put down to the destigmatization of this matter. On the other hand, we observe the deterioration in the mental health of the entire nation. Good news is that ever more young people are prepared to seek psychological assistance, particularly when it is free of charge and anonymous. Last year, this share was 28%, and this year it is 34%. Passing to another topic about other important aspects of the young people's lives, I would like to show you the figures characterizing such national attributes, then national identity, and we see that young people pay more attention to the consumption of Ukrainian content, including Ukrainian books, Ukrainian movies. 52% of young people consume national content. Then speaking the national language, 47%. Knowledge of Ukrainian history, 37%, and it is important that young people prefer Ukrainian manufacturers, which means that the Ukrainian market has adjusted to the reality of today, and the young people are more conscious of the need to support the national manufacturer. The negative dynamics demonstrates that the official job placement and tax paying, 17% of respondents said that this aspect is not that important for them, whereas 40% say that it is growing in importance. The same pertains to the participation in elections. 16% of the respondents said that it's not their major concern, and only 9% said that elections are important and more important than ever. Speaking about the immediate impact of this war on young people, one can conclude that 75% of the young people say that either themselves or their families have suffered losses since the 24th of February 2022, and a minute share said that they didn't have any losses. Last year it was 18% who are either unaware of such losses or believe that these losses are not that significant compared to those of other people, and the larger share of losses is seen amongst the young people who come from the east of Ukraine. And the major concern is the deterioration in their incomes and their opportunity to get employment. 30% in 2024. It was higher in 23. It was 36%. And now we can say that the labor market has adjusted to the realities of the war. The next indicator is the deaths amongst family members or friends, and this doubled as compared to last year. Whereas last year it was 14%, this year it is 28% of the young people are respondents who said that they have lost their friends or family members. And it is now 49% in the east of Ukraine. A large share of young people experience the severance of their relations with either friends or their family members. 14% of the respondents are now alienated from their families or do not live close to them, or parted from their families. And now the question is about migration plans. And here we can see various dynamics and very fluid mood when it comes to migration. And during the focus groups, our respondents said that their plans keep changing. The first question was whether you are going to migrate from Ukraine, and the share of young people who want to live in Ukraine is going down compared to 2023. It is still very high compared to 2021. And it is noteworthy that when it comes to exit from Ukraine, going abroad, the employment is more important than security. And the reasons that can affect the decision of the young people to leave Ukraine, the priority is given to the job seeking, trying to find a better job, and active facilities in Ukraine account only for 33%, ranging third. And the question that we ask people who are temporarily abroad, whether they are going to come back to Ukraine, we can see the reduction in the number of affirmative answers, those who really want to come back. And when we discuss that with the young people in focus groups, it became evident that many people, young people, are waiting for the cessation of the active hostilities. When we asked this question last year, perhaps we couldn't understand how long the war would last, and now there is a different understanding of the situation, so the indicator of the desire to come back went down, plummeted even. Then when it comes to security and peacemaking, most of the respondents do not support the idea of seizing territory for peace. Only 14% of the respondents said that they are prepared to yield territories, whereas 71% are against it. And compared to the previous year, these indicators have deteriorated. It used to be 3% versus 76%. And even though young people aspire to preserve territorial integrity, people are becoming more open to the compromises. But the most popular option is that Ukraine would regain all of the temporarily occupied territories. 70% of the respondents in Ukraine support it. And here we can see the breakdown about the conditions for achievement of peace, and we can see that the share of answers or responses, the payment of reparations for the damage caused, and punishment of the war criminals has gone up, which means that people are better informed about the rules of just and fair peace in Ukraine. Support of the international alliances, everything is fairly stable here. Ukrainian young people are united in perceiving the political course of Ukraine. When it comes to the accession to NATO, you can see that a certain drop. 77% this year support accession to NATO. Last year it was 80%. 80% of the respondents support our accession to the EU, and it was approximately at the same level last year. Victoria, could you please sum up your major findings, because you've got only several minutes to end? Which are the major conclusions of your study? It is important to know that the level of desire to be volunteers, young people both in Ukraine and abroad are prepared to be proactive in volunteering work, and these can be various types of voluntary contributions. Young people are motivated either by their personal initiative, or they can be engaged by their friends and acquaintances, and their desire is to contribute to the society and to help other people. My very last slide is about the participation in political and public life. A very small share of young people believe that they can impact life in their own community, only 8%. 24% say that they rather can participate in it. At the same time, we see a great potential of people who are willing to engage, but they don't know how to do so, or they don't have the proper conditions for engagement. In summing up, I would like to say that we've seen both positive and negative trends. We see certain exhaustion and fatigue, and young people abroad are not that willing to return to Ukraine. We see a lot of problems with mental health and overall physical health of the young people. At the same time, we see this unity amongst young people when it comes to the national awareness, civic attributes, and belief in the political course of Ukraine. Our recommendations, initiatives of the young people aiming to ensure access to medical services, to mental health services need to be supported, as well as initiatives to upskill or reskill the young people in their strive to readjust to new reality and to find employment in Ukraine. It is important to talk to the young people abroad, to develop dialogue and engage young people abroad, encouraging them to return to Ukraine and start building their own lives there. Thank you very much, Victoria. It was Victoria Demidova, Project Manager in Civil Society and Youth Support Project, UNDP, Ukraine. To me, this study is yet another confirmation of the incredible resilience of the young people in Ukraine. The war, all-out war, has been going on for 3 years now, but people stay in Ukraine, they share values, they understand jointly where we should be moving, and young people opt for the accession of the EU and NATO. About 10 years ago, those were the topics for manipulation, and now we can see this common vision of where we are going. There are issues, of course, with the a reduction in the number of young people who want to return to Ukraine. We are living through a huge brain drain, we understand, and it can be seen as part of or an aspect of the crime of genocide, because we are losing the meaningful contribution to the recovery of Ukraine. And perhaps all of us should think how to motivate young people who are capable of studying abroad in the best universities and never experience air raids. How can they be motivated to return? What can attract them here? So it's a 1 million words question, and those who can find the answer could be the keynote speakers at the next forum of ours. Another thing that attracted my attention in this study, hopefully and happily, very few respondents said that their experience is related to torture, to violence on the part of the Russians, or the lack of opportunity to leave occupied territories. And this is what we should be thankful for to the armed forces of Ukraine, because they defend our ability to stay here and to contribute meaningfully to this victory together. So that's the people that we are going to discuss today. I would like to invite to the next panel discussion, GNW, Ukraine Warriors Generation, Phoenix, then Anastasia, who is a military officer. Anastasia, you're welcome here. Thank you for being with us. Then Yarina Chernohuz, who is military medic, intelligence officer of the Armed Forces of Ukraine. Then Gennady Kovalenko, who is director of the International Defense Cooperation Department, MOD Ukraine. Then Sergeant of the 3rd Separate Assault Brigade from Finland, Carlo. Thank you very much for being with us. And then Research Fellow, National Institute for Strategic Studies, Senior Analyst, Kombakelaya Foundation, Mykola Biletskov, who has participated in this forum for several years now. And you will soon follow suit and will be amongst the people to whom the whole of Ukraine are listening. And now we've got online with us Andriy Beletsky, commander of the 3rd Separate Assault Brigade of the Ground Forces of the Armed Forces of Ukraine. Once he is online, we will hear from him. Yeah, then Phoenix, we are talking about the new generation of young people that is totally different from the previous ones. We see officers who are 25 to 27 years old, people who could have had a totally different life, but they consciously decided to fight for Ukraine. How do you see the new generation of Ukrainian warriors? I would like to say that we started our way, our path in the armed forces even before the all-out war. We were sharing a very stable pro-Ukrainian position. And when 9 months before the war, it was obvious that escalation was imminent, we, together with the patriotic organizations of our city and region, we set up an HQ of the warriors of Mykolaiv region. We tried to achieve the cohesion of our defense forces, and we were in communication with the local authorities. And when the all-out war started, we knew what to do. We had a whole company of territorial defense, and this was the beginning of our participation in the war. So we were very capable at the very beginning of the war. The great role was played by the young people. About 50 to 60% of our unit were young people, some of them 18 to 19 years of age. Now they are consummate professionals, they are experienced warriors, they have been weathered by the war, and they are the future of the armed forces, and they are the future leaders of the entire nation. Ukrainians have demonstrated that at the dark times of challenge and difficulty, we are able of uniting, we are able of defending our own independence and sovereignty. Unfortunately, this trend has changed a bit amongst those who are not directly engaged in the hostilities, but I'm sure that the consolidation of all of our resources will ensure that we prevail in this war. Thank you very much for inviting me to participate. I think it is a very productive event. Yeah, thank you very much. When the military officers or soldiers tell thank you to us, I feel this knot in my throat every time.
Anastasia, you have been defending Ukraine since 2014. Tell us about your military experience and what motivated you back in 2014 and now. Greetings. When the full-scale war started, there was no question for me whether to go to the war or not. I understood that we must do this because I understood it way back in 2014, and since I was doing sports actively, I first could not get engaged, and probably I wouldn't be allowed to be a military person. At that time, I was not good enough to understand how to focus on this. But when the full-scale invasion started, there was no wow effect for me because we had expected that all this would happen. And before February 24, I and my friends, a group of guys in the Chernihiv region, we started getting ready, prepping, thinking about the evacuation of our loved ones to more secure territories, and it turned out that my family ended up in the occupation at that time. And for me, it was very tough because being on the outskirts of Chernihiv and knowing that your relatives are in occupation is really a very painful experience. I did not have battle experience at that time, and when I was asked what I'm going to do, I said I'm prepared to do whatever. On the 25th, an active phase of defense started, and I just watched our elder comrades, what they're doing, and try to emulate them and try to do what they do by way of defending our land. We did everything possible. There were direct clashes with the enemy and reconnaissance and everything. The comparison between what was back then and what is now is stark, because at that time I was very inexperienced person. Now I have something behind my belt, and so basically we are doing our best. And when I get asked that, people say, you're a girl, you can leave the military, but I say no. Once you're in it, you just cannot leave it. You cannot quit. And those who were at war, those who know what trench warfare is about, once you've been there, you will never be the same. It's like you bring a child to a large trading center, and they will be at a loss, not knowing what to do. When all this finishes, my biggest fear is how to socialize back to a peaceful life. How to socialize yourself to the civil street. But actually now we are doing everything possible to bring a victory and to do as much as we can. Those who have been at war from the very first day are very few. And these people are most motivated ones. But anyway, the issue of rotation is very acute because people are very much exhausted. From the very first day of full-scale invasion up till now, we haven't had any chance to have a rest and recuperation for a month or a month and a half. It just never happened. It's very tough. Thank you, Anastasia.
Власне, тему свободи я хочу обговорити
Well,
з
the
Яриною
issue of
Чорногуз,
freedom is something I would
тому
like to
що сьогодні
discuss with
Україна
Irina
і тодішнє
Chernoguz,
покоління
because
воїнів
today
борються за
the
українську
country and the
свободу,
war
але самі ви, мабуть,
generation
найбільш
are
невільні
fighting
представники
for
України.
Ukrainian
Ви в
freedom,
своїй збірці
but
«Оборона
probably
присутності»
you are the
пишете,
most
«Я
unfree
хочу
people in
співати
Ukraine.
поки що можу про
In your
свободу, для якої серед
poem
багатьох
collection,
шляхів бойових дій,
you said that I
здавалося б,
want to
місце
sing
не
about freedom
залишилося. Чи
because
для вас
sometimes
свобода?
it looks like there's no place for freedom in our life, the way things are going. Well, thank you for your question. This is something related to a very serious conflict, because very often young people understand freedom as all permissiveness or a service, whereas in fact freedom is about responsibility and duty. If you don't understand this, your will be overpowered by someone stronger, a dictator, for instance. I believe that this understanding of freedom should be propagated among the young, and I do agree with what Anastasia has just said. As a medical officer of a combat platoon, I know what it's all about when you have no time for rest and recuperation. For the 11th year of war and third year of full-scale invasion, we know this only too well. On the 5th day of my contract, I thought that maybe I have to go back to my child. But then I understood that I will have to go back to the front line because we are at a pivotal point at the front line and people are exhausted. And when you are exhausted, like during a marathon, it's important not to stop, but to try and run even faster. So I will go back to my platoon and I will fight as long as it takes. As regards freedom as a responsibility, what kind of tendencies I observe now which I do not like? What I don't like is the fact that at schools, at universities, there's a lack of preparation of our young people for future defense. Ukrainians very often think that we are now make an effort, we will emerge victorious and will go back to Civil Street. But with enemies like Russia, you have to go the distance in the long term. And when we think that we'll fight but our children won't, this is an erroneous message, because we have to understand that we all, including our children, have to get educated and prepared for a possible duty of defending our country. If we fail to do this, we will lose, because Russia has no ethical qualms or scruples about engaging their young people. They flow to full-scale propaganda to engage people, and we have to do something similar, at least in terms of the scale of engaging the young people, because people get tired and we have to rotate. And young people should not think about whether I should leave the country or not. You'd better think about what combat specialty to choose and what to do in order to get trained properly, because any young person who is engaged in the process of defense, be it training or whatever, you feel a part of the common cause. And if it goes on the way it is going on now, whereas young people are being gradually distanced from this, if this tendency remains, then there will be just an emergence of those who will be ready to accept surrender. The survey which we've seen today shows that there's a huge resource of young people to fight. But the problem is that in terms of information and political effort, our state is not doing enough to engage them. Thank you. Gennady, I recently listened to the interview of Mike McFaul, an ex-ambassador of the U.S. To Russia, and he told about his conversation with one of government officials from Russia shortly before the full-scale war, and that Russian said to him, "You will support Ukraine, but not for long, because you have a lot of things to do, and you will disengage quickly. But for us, this is a strategic goal, and we will fight for as long as it takes." As an officer of the Ministry of Defense, do you see this concept change, that the partners are with us for the long run? I know that you wanted to speak in English so that you would be understood also by English speaking people. Dear friends, several hours ago I came back from Odessa, where we hosted the Minister of Defense of Norway, Graham. We showed him our fortification facilities, hospitals where our military are being rehabilitated. We briefed him about defense, and he emphasized on a package of assistance with 500 million euros from Norway, including NASAMS systems. And he also spoke about the readiness to invest, like Denmark did, to invest in our defense industry. I was pleasantly surprised by the number of young people who did not require headsets for translation. So, because of this, I suggest that I switch to English.
Ladies and gentlemen, you know, Prime Minister Yatsenyuk was mentioning W, and he mentioned one particular word, will. Will, this is excellent opportunity for all of us to think about. The Anglo-Saxons, and you mentioned the United States, the Anglo-Saxons, they have very good proverb, which says, where's the will, there is the ways. So, ladies and gentlemen, I suggest that you will think about 3 my messages that I would like to deliver to you today. First of all, think out of the box, think creatively. And I will give you one example. When I studied my English 20 years ago in the UK, we discussed and decided to write to Her Majesty the Queen, just to express our appreciation and to express our gratitude to be hosted by the United Kingdom. So we wrote and sent a letter, and we got a reply from the Buckingham Palace, not of course from Queen, because we were young and unexperienced, but that's Susan who say she used to be her lady in waiting. She's retired now, by the way. So my first message to you, think out of the box. Forget about experience. Think creatively. My second message to you is don't be afraid. Please, please. I will give you another example. Somehow in year 2010, we invited the Royal, at that time we invited Air Squadron to visit Ukraine. And Air Squadron, that's the small society of the owners of the old aircraft in the United Kingdom. The main obstacle for that was fuel. Avgas wasn't allowed to be used in Ukraine in 2010. And we weren't afraid about that. We decided the visit will happen. And we engaged the Verkhovna Rada, the parliament. So, to make long story short, The visit happened from 1st till 10th of July 2013. And the law which allowed to use avgas in Ukraine was passed on the 30th of May, literally 1 month before the visit. And the air squadron was the last international organization or the last big group who visited free and friendly Crimea. So my second message to you, forget about experience and don't be afraid. As the result of that visit, the air squadron, now they are royal, they published a book about air squadron visit Ukraine. And they rated Ukraine from 15 countries they visited, Ukraine is number 2. My last message to you, and the third message to you, is please, please use any opportunity. Create opportunity and employ opportunity. And my last example. From 2019 till 2023, I was serving in Allied Command Transformation in NATO, Norfolk, Virginia. So when the active war started, I called General Zaluzhny. I didn't succeed from the first day, but at the third day, I spoke with him and I asked him, General, would you like to have me with a rifle to fight for my country? And he said, the hell no. Stay in US and be good ambassador for our country in Norfolk. And I started to make presentations and speeches and deliver the messages to the ordinary Americans. We have been conducting about 100 presentations. This is opportunity. Create opportunity and employ opportunity. And you will be successful. And the proof of that is that when I was deployed back to Ukraine, I got the certificate and a flag from the United States government that probably we weren't that bad ambassadors for Ukraine in the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, please be creative, don't be afraid, and employ opportunities. Thank you.
Дякую вам, пане Геннадію, за цей мотивуючий спіч.
Thank you very much for this motivational speech that you said, forget about the experience, create new opportunities. And Carlo, our next speaker, a sergeant from the 3rd Detached Assault Brigade, is a good example of this. When the full-scale invasion started, you lived a quiet, finished life. You were doing business, and you decided to leave all that and to come to Ukraine and to defend a country which is not yours. I know that now you speak Ukrainian and we continue to fight. Why? Well,
That's right.
for me, this is a kind of a dumb question. Why not? But the answer is why not?
Ну, у нас, знаєте, просто дехто іншу відповідь на це питання дає. Там Тиса, популярна річка.
Sometimes people think otherwise in Ukraine, and they even cross the Tisa River to avoid that. Well, I am camera shy. Let's just not go into this. I have some trouble hearing you, so I'll move a little bit closer. Tell us about your experience of fighting in Ukraine, and how are they different from what you had expected? When the war started, I reacted so fast that I had no expectations, as a matter of fact. I had no plans to go and fight. I just reacted to that. I took up my military gear and off I went. And step by step, I gradually changed my plans. I met wonderful people who made it possible for me to fight, and I went straight to the front line. Well, at the beginning, when the situation is one of shock, it's a heroic decision to go and defend a country which is not yours by citizenship. But to keep doing this year in and year out, this is incredibly impressive. What motivates you to keep doing this?
Мой підрозділ, мої побратими по сестрі.
My unit and my comrades in arms are my family. I have, and we all have no choice. If you want to flee, you will be running as far as the Atlantic Ocean, but the enemy is not going to stop.
How Ukrainians and our common struggle have changed you. I have been like I am now all the time, and here I have found a very good team of people.
Пане Миколо,
Thank you.
як
Микола,
людина в
you are
Київському форумі досвідчена,
a person seasoned and experienced in Kyiv Security Forum. What major conclusions can you make about Ukrainian identity, whether Ukraine has changed Ukrainian youth? Thank you. I'm not a sociologist to make conclusions. I would say that Ukrainians, people who identify themselves as Ukrainians, and those who bear responsibility for certain actions, they are becoming more and more. And one of the reasons why earlier we couldn't do that, if we compare recent years, 10 years and 30 years, the people who interpret being Ukrainian as a member of NATO, European Union, and speaking Ukrainian and support democratic values is growing. In 2024, there are much more people than there were in 2014. And here we have a hero of Ukraine, Hortychuk, who helped us to struggle for this in 2014, 2015. And now we have people who struggle, who fight for Ukrainian nation, and we must keep them and preserve. And this is what we should use, and appealing to our partners, saying that share responsibility in a more fair way, so that this nation of fighters, able and ready to fight, preserve itself and to develop further. Irina said that we need to think about education today, because the generation of young Ukrainians most probably would have to continue this fight. But we sometimes hear the opinion that we need to fight now, not to leave this war to our children. My question is to each of you: what should young people, young leaders in this room have to prepare themselves for? Those people who are not subject to mobilization at the moment and who may think that the war will avoid them in the future. What do you people from the front line would recommend them? I am for open communication, and the situation which is taking place now is due to the fact that some of the people were kept in the warm bathtub, saying that the war soon will finish. And we see that the scale of this war over the last 3 years is extremely big. And I'm sure that tomorrow this will not end. That's why we need to continue bringing up our next generations. I can give you an example of youth national patriotic organizations of 2008 to 2010 allowed us to create such a phenomenon as Azov, who have demonstrated themselves the best possible way. The organizations which emerged later, they brought about such phenomena as the Third Assault Brigade. So all other organizations, very many of my comrades in arms are now in different brigades and defend Ukraine. That's why we need to bring up and educate youth in schools and in universities, and to engage them to certain military training for them to acquire certain military professions. We need to use the experience of leading countries of the world, in particular Israel, their policy towards army, service in the army, how young people want to serve in the army, and the boys and girls. So I think that we should use their best practices, we take our practices, and use all this in order to defend our Ukraine and not to lose our country. Anastasia, what can you say? I would like to tell you some small story. When we were at war, we were fulfilling certain tasks, and we were met with our units, and there was a man who was 55 years old. When we came back, it was a thunderstorm, it was in Donbass. And when we returned, he looked at me and his eyes were wet. He said, "My generation have not defended our country, and now your generation is doing our job." I say that if you were now as we are now, you probably would do the same as we are doing. And speaking about our youth, I'm proud of our youth. They understand what's going on. They of different ages, young people, university students, trying to do something, donate funds. They understand very well who aggressor is, and this motivates, this keeps you going on the front line, because you understand that you're fighting not in vain. It's important to understand that you are doing this not in vain. And these young people, children which are growing up now, will be our foundation for the country, which we are moving forward. So everything which concerns motivation, there is no question about it. This is my subjective opinion. I believe that our youth is well motivated. Thank you. Yarina, please. I will begin with saying that all people who can observe, they see that now in 2024, Russia has started a powerful propaganda campaign in order to justify what they're doing, even for diluting the margins between what is going on, trying to present it as that not occupation of Ukraine, but some little war. Nobody cares about it, and they are trying to work like this with our youth through various networks like TikTok and so on. So, and the figures which we were shown showed that they went down somehow because of this Russian influence. It's necessary to find out quickly the narratives of Russian propaganda, which invests huge dollars into this process, what they try to put into the heads of our young people. For example, one dangerous example, when the war will end, and very often, and young people and adult people follow this thesis, while we must ask themselves, and youth should ask itself, what should we do in order to stop losing our territories? So
реалізація багато кого у сучасному світі, у сучасній Україні, якщо вони не хочуть пов'язувати себе, звичайно, з Україною.
Is important for many people, should be important for many people in modern Ukraine. We should have a sort of democratic militarization of the society. I'm not afraid of this word, like in many countries, like in Israel, where young girls may have coffee on the central street and then take their assault rifles and go for training. So we should have something like this. Another idea which Russian propaganda is trying to instill into our youth, saying that military, they are different. They try to say that there is freedom as a service, as you can do whatever you want, you should do nothing. This is what they did quite successfully in 2020. And then there are military who are fighting, who are trying to move the focus that as if military are making problems for them. So with this we should be proactive, and it requires a very big educational campaign and a lot of communication, which unfortunately is not taking place in Ukraine. So this influence on the youth by our politicians is underestimated, and in the future we may have very negative consequences of this, because all military people understand that military victory is often not about territories. Today the territory is occupied, tomorrow it's liberated, and vice versa, but to be victorious over the enemy would mean to break down his will, to deprive him ability to fight. Thank you, Yarina. Preparation, motivation, critical thinking, defending yourself from Russian disinformation, which is aimed at shifting focus. Carla, what else would you say? What should Ukrainian young people prepare themselves? To what? To service, and even after the victory, to military service. I have already relaxed a little bit and I can speak normally, so people to understand. I'm the representative of the country where 80% of men serve. Every 4 out of 5. In our country, it means that you are inadequate if you don't do what the Finns should do. We have more than 1,000 women serving voluntarily in the armed forces. To prepare to the fight. If you don't serve during full-scale invasion, then do everything possible here in the rear. Even if you work at a cafe, you may be the best bartender or waiter in the cafe, or you work in the company in the state sector. It's very simple. You have to fight, you have to prepare to fight, and do your job in such a way that every day you work to full extent. Thank you. Mykola, could you add your vision as a person with an analytical mind? Yes, a war requires an analytical mind, so we see here the best of the best. The massive resistance helped us at the first month when defense forces very often were replenished with massive resistance. Here we heard examples of two countries, one Israel and other is Finland, where the mass resistance is one of the basics of deterrence. Yes, Finland is able to defend its population. So there must be a philosophy that 5 days a week, a citizen of Ukraine go to work, and Saturday and Sunday they are reservists preparing for total resistance. There must be new philosophy of values for citizens of Ukraine. Then the question is, what rights and opportunities such citizens would have? So the more you ask, the more the state should provide you with. But both countries which we mentioned, Finland joined NATO, and Israel, as we know, doesn't have nuclear weapons, but in case of necessity, it's ready to use it. So we are not going to create our own nuclear weapons, but then coming back to the NATO membership and cooperation with the United States, the massive resistance is necessary, especially when we are moving towards this membership. It will be important, but in the end of the day, we have to come back to the partners and say everything is fine, partnership interaction is good, but we need membership so that our preparedness to total resistance be supported by conventional and nuclear deterrence. And this should be remembered and spoken to our partners. Gennady, you have already said what young people should be, but now you say what they should prepare themselves to. First, I would like to share with you one observation and support Mykola, saying that we started preparing to full-scale invasion in summer 2014. We set up a joint multinational training group, Ukraine. We started it with Americans, then Brits, Canadians joined us, and when, as of summer 2019, we prepared 86,000 military personnel with the help of Western trainers. So 12 countries joined this effort. What should we prepare to? I would like to quote the commandant of the Baltic Defense College in Tartu in Estonia, where I studied in 2003-2004, when Baltic states joined NATO. He said, the heaviest distance is 16 centimeters from ear to ear. Mindset. I would like to orientate our youth. Please read literature, watch films, movies, analyze, study, and change your mentality, change your mindset. We have already moved quite far from the Soviet Union, but we still need to walk through these 16 centimeters. And the last, my message is what to do now. Come to my department for internship. Thank you. Thank you. Maybe you'll also find a job there. We tried to contact Andriy Beletsky, but as a combat commander, he's at the moment at the front line. Therefore, we have problems with communication. But we have a deputy commander of the 3rd Detached Assault Brigade, Rodion Kudryshov, who I invite to the microphone. We talked about what young people should prepare themselves to. You are deputy commander of the one most known brigades in Ukraine. What should young people know now? I wish you all good health. Just a couple of words. I don't want to miss this opportunity to speak to such esteemed audience, especially youth. So I'd like to use this opportunity to say a couple of words. First, I will begin with saying that I'm very glad that resistance in Ukraine is developing, including such activities like this forum. I thank you for this event. There is no better answer, and which would demonstrate our strengths, bravery, and brotherhood through such events. About patriotic development, patriotic bringing up young people, I would say that I personally, together with all leaders of Azov, or the 3rd Brigade, we have been paying a lot of attention to the development of youth. We believe it is extremely important. I want to say that we have very many systemic examples of the development of youth organizations which helped to set up and form the big structures and defensibility of the country.
It turned out to be extremely important. Now we are a country at war with the large-scale invasion of the Russian Federation against our country, and we should think about the young people. I'm proud of the military units that are transferring to the up-to-date formats of command and control. I'm proud of my own unit that keeps developing all the time, and it takes further steps to modernize our armed forces. It may be banal to say that we would never be able to overcome the large Soviet-style armed forces with a smaller size Soviet-style armed forces. So we have to rely on quality rather than on quantity. And I agree with the previous speakers in that individual decisions about the development of the civil society, of the young people in the civil society, should not lean on enthusiasm alone. It should be a systemic work. It should be part of the public policy. In addition to the upbringing of young people, future. And to end, I would like to appeal to the young people: value the time that you've got. Have the strength and the inspiration to study, to get improved every day, to develop every day, because it's on you that the future of our country depends. I'm extremely proud with the support of our partners, but we should be aware that we should count only on ourselves, on our self-improvement, on our armaments, on our defense industry, on our ability to achieve victory. Thank you very much. Your applause to the participants of our discussion: Phoenix, Anastasia, Irina Chornoghuz, Carlo Minova, Belitskov, and Hennady Kovalenko. Thank you very much for being with us.
Ви можете повертатися на свої місця.
You can join the audience. Thanks a lot, and we will continue. We don't have any breaks because the work is extremely intensive, and we will be speaking about the global context. Russian war against Ukraine is an event and a challenge of the global scale. How to respond to it is the question. So that's what we are going to discuss with our next participant. And those are Klara Kaluderovich and David Petraeus. Klara would be the moderator of this dialogue. Klara Kaluderovich is co-founder and CEO of the Mental Health Global.
Пані Кларо,
Klara,
Ms. Clara, I can give you my place.
The floor is yours.
Not so easy.
Hi, everyone. It is a pleasure to be joining you in Kyiv from Houston, Texas. Our next speaker, General Petraeus, really needs no introduction to many of us in this room, but I will cover some key highlights from his background because it emphasizes the expertise that he is going to bring to the conversation that we have today. General Petraeus is the most prominent battlefield commander of our time. He culminated his 37 years in the U.S. military with 6 consecutive commands as a general officer, 5 of which were in combat, including command of the surge in Iraq, U.S. Central Command, and coalition forces in Afghanistan. Upon retiring from the military, he then served as the director of the CIA during a period of significant achievement in the global war on terror. General Petraeus is now a partner with the global investment firm KKR and chairman of the KKR Global Institute. I learned today that KKR, when General Petraeus first started, managed $83 billion in assets, and since his time there in 2013, it has grown to manage $623 billion, which is more than the European Investment Bank. I'm not going to say that the general was the only contributing factor for that, but we can certainly speculate that he was a contributing factor. General Petraeus also serves on multiple corporate boards, including the Atlantic Council, and very notably and proudly, he is also a member of the Kyiv Security Forum Board. He is the Kissinger Fellow at Yale, is a successful personal venture capitalist, and is the author with Andrew Roberts of the New York Times bestseller Conflict, The Evolution of Warfare from 1945 to Gaza. General Petraeus graduated with distinction from the U.S. Military Academy, earned a PhD from Princeton University in International Relations and Economics, and has held academic appointments at 5 universities in addition to his current position at Yale. He has earned more than 80 medals and decorations, including 4 Defense Distinguished Service Medals, the Secretary of State's Distinguished Service Award, the Bronze Star Medal for Valor, the Combat Action Badge, the Ranger Tab, and Master Parachutist Wings. He has been decorated by 14 foreign countries, and of special significance to many of us in this room, in August 2022, he was sanctioned by Vladimir Putin for his unwavering support to Ukraine. General, I will jump into the questions because of our limited time. Given the current military and geopolitical situation in Ukraine, what are the key strategic objectives that need to be achieved to change the dynamic of this conflict? And what indicators would suggest that Russia recognizes the new dynamic?
Well, thanks very much. It's a privilege to be with you, even if it is just virtual instead of in person this time. I'll also note that I'm also a proud member of the board of the Kyiv Security Forum, and I want to start by thanking, congratulating, and saluting Prime Minister Yatsenyuk, also to Romina, the Kyiv Security Forum team, for pulling together this very impressive gathering. And I want to thank you, Clara, again, for the kind introduction, for not mentioning that I was runner-up for Time Person of the Year to Vladimir Putin. And also, frankly, for what you are doing as a Ukrainian American to help Ukraine, building an AI-enabled, internet-accessible platform to help address the vast unmet mental health need in Ukraine, something I know that you'll talk about later this afternoon, and I think will be quite inspirational to those who are there. Well, you mentioned this key strategic imperative right now, and I think it is to change the dynamic in the war so that Vladimir Putin realizes that he cannot achieve additional gains at an acceptable cost. I'll talk about what the West, the US in particular, and others need to do, what Ukraine needs to do itself as well. But you asked what would the indicators be of success in changing this dynamic, and I think there are a number. You would start to see Russia struggling in its recruiting efforts, having to resort ever more heavily on those who are actually in jail having to rely on outside forces such as North Korean troops, running out of cash reserves in its economy. It is running down very substantially what it has literally left in terms of cash reserves. And ultimately, that and other challenges that Russia meets, many of which will be enabled furthered by the recent announcement by the United States, for example, to sanction 400 different corporations and institutions that have been helping Russia in this war, that you'd finally see a willingness to discuss a ceasefire in serious terms and try to bring this war to an end, which would also then require, I think, a U.S. guaranteed security agreement for Ukraine to ensure that Russia has no thoughts of continuing the war after a period of time during which it's able to rebuild and reconstitute its forces.
So you emphasize that Ukraine needs to make it clear to Russia that additional gains will come at an unacceptable cost. Are there any specific tactics, either militarily or diplomatically, that you think will help convey this message back to the Kremlin?
Well, first and foremost, it's got to be the stabilization of the front lines. The Ukrainian forces have been doing magnificently in fighting Russians on the front lines, but the Russians have been achieving incremental gains on a near daily basis. So this will require Ukrainian conscription and force generation on a larger scale than has been the case so far. It will require further U.S. and Western support, particularly in certain respects, air and ballistic missile defenses, lifting the restriction on the use of the longest range U.S. and U.K. systems on Russian soil, a variety of other efforts to provide the weapon systems, munitions, and so forth to Ukraine. And then also, frankly, further enabling Ukraine to take advantage of this extraordinary innovation that they have fostered. You and I, on our last trip there, and our team spent an afternoon with a drone battalion. It's publicly known out there. It's on a website, the Nemesis Battalion. It is extraordinary what they are doing. The partnership between those who designed the unmanned systems, those who manufacture them and constantly iterate them, both in hardware and software, and those who obviously employ them, is the tightest that I've ever seen. And the result of this is that Ukraine is producing tomorrow's technology for today's war, whereas the U.S. legacy system, although we recognize need for change and are making some changes, that legacy system in the U.S. still is producing yesterday's technology for tomorrow's war. We all need to learn from what Ukraine has learned how to do over the last 2.5 years. It is truly breathtaking in its accomplishment. We can do, in addition to what Ukraine is already doing, to enable a country that has no navy, as we know, the Russian Black Sea Fleet, and force the long-occupied port of Sevastopol and to clear out of the Western Black Sea. It has been aerial drones that find the Russian ships and maritime drones designed and manufactured, hugely important for the ability to export grain via ship for Ukraine. Very, very important. And that is not just important for the fiscal bottom line for Egypt. You see the same in terms of the drones being thrown at the Russians on the front lines every day. Thousands of them are being employed. President Zelensky announced that Ukraine produced 1.5 million drones in the first 9 months of this year. And so once again, a real tribute to the innovation in Ukraine, what the future of the Ukrainian economy and so forth will be. And I should note here the important contribution, I'm sure, of many in the room there who are not just Gen W, the wartime generation. I think that you are the future of the country, and likely history will record you as being what the Americans were in World War II, who fought then to preserve democracy and keep the world safe from autocracy. And that was the greatest generation. And I think that history will record that in this case as well.
What roles do you feel that the international community and allied nations play in Ukraine pushing to shift the conflict dynamic? And how do these alliances continue to support Ukraine in the long term?
Well, I've obviously enumerated a few of these, Clara. The continuation and really increase in not just the security assistance, although that's the critical component, but it's also the economic, the financial, and the humanitarian assistance that is being provided as well. And here we should note, and I'm in Madrid right now at a large gathering, the annual gathering of Santander Bank with the European Investment Bank head here, the president of the European Parliament. The Europeans have provided more than the United States in aggregate when it comes to humanitarian assistance, financial and economic assistance, and security. But it's the U.S. at the end of the day that is far and away the most important contributor when it comes to security. And we need to do more. And we need to do more on an urgent basis, as I said, to try to change the dynamic, to enable Ukraine to get through what is going to be a tough, long, hard, and in many respects, dark winter, given the systematic damage and destruction of Ukraine's thermal power plants, hydroelectric plants, and now the infrastructure that supports the nuclear power just transformation and distribution. So all of these efforts are crucially important, but I would highlight one that we need to think ahead somewhat on, and that is the provision of a security guarantee to Ukraine if a ceasefire can be achieved. And that is going to be absolutely critical. And that will have to be, in the end of the day, very likely a US-led security arrangement, a coalition of the willing. Whether NATO can all come together and one country not veto that will remain to be seen. But I think we need to be thinking ahead to that day so that if a ceasefire can be achieved, there will be a real guarantee, something Russia will not like, but something that, again, will be absolutely imperative for stability in the wake of such a ceasefire.
And how do you feel that specifically with this generation helping in the current situation and with Ukraine's post-war future, how do you feel they can continue to contribute towards innovation and national resilience?
Well, I think, to be fair, that is already ongoing. That's part of the reason why I believe over time this will be seen as Ukraine's greatest generation. Those on the front lines, but also those enabling those on the front lines and those operating, again, unmanned systems, increasingly with incredible technology, already incorporating machine learning, AI, integration of all kinds of different data sets and so forth, the battle management software. This is absolutely crucial. Without this innovation, the front lines would not hold. The ability of Ukraine to overcome the manpower advantage of Russia, the armaments advantage of Russia, is in its innovation. And this is across the board. It is not just aerial systems of various types, by the way, as well. Everything from the suicide one-way drones to the others that are going out and coming back, the intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance drones, the long-range strike drones that are going into the Russian Federation on a nightly basis and doing so much damage to various components of the Russian military-industrial infrastructure. But it's really about continuing to apply this in a massive way, helping Ukraine in its hour of greatest need, just as those outside Ukraine in the West should be doing. But this is making a huge difference. I can't emphasize that enough. We saw the kind of innovation that's ongoing, the first ever establishment of any country I'm aware of that not only has an Army, Navy, and Air Force, but an unmanned systems force. This is breathtaking, path-breaking stuff, and really hugely important.
drawing on lessons from other conflicts, are there any best practices that Ukraine can adopt to accelerate the end of the war and lay a foundation for long-term stability and economic growth?
There absolutely are, and I know that the Prime Minister and others there are keenly aware of the need for further reforms in Ukraine, continuing to improve the conditions that the outside world sees in Ukraine as an investment destination. Again, as you noted, a partner in one of the world's largest investment firms. We look for certain qualities in the countries in which we're going to invest. And it's imperative that Ukraine stay on the path of the kinds of reforms, whether it is in integrity in government, anti-corruption, dealing with bureaucracy, sufficient rule of law, judicial fairness, openness, transparency, all of this, even as the war goes on. And I can note here that I've had this conversation with President Zelensky in the past, raised this a year and a half ago, and then more recently in New York City, just prior to the UN General Assembly, when I was privileged to present the highest award that the Academy of Achievement can give to an individual. So I think there's keen awareness of this. I know that members of parliament understand this. Again, I know that Prime Minister Yatsenyuk does, and a good bit of his work is aimed at continuing the pressure to perform these kinds of reforms. But these are absolutely crucial. The guns will fall silent at some time. There will be a post-war Ukraine, and its success will be determined in large measure, not just on the incredible innovativeness that it has, not just on the fact that it will be the military-industrial complex, the most important one in all of Europe, and that it will make a transition already ongoing from the old, if you will, Soviet-era mega industries and heavy industry to the much more innovative IT, software, hardware, and so forth that is playing such a critical role already in this war and is going to serve Ukraine exceedingly well in the post-war era as well.
And to wrap it up, I know time-wise you're going to have to go on us in a moment. What do you feel that Ukraine can do to both retain its talent and attract global innovators and investors to help accelerate both with the recovery and growth in key sectors?
Well, I think you can never do enough when it comes to recognition of those who are serving Ukraine in every capacity. Certainly, absolutely on the front lines, but also when it comes to fostering and enabling the kind of innovation that I have highlighted and what undoubtedly many in that room are engaged in doing as well. That constant reminder of how important what they're doing is absolutely critical. Look, again, you mentioned kindly that I had 5 combat commands. You know, I couldn't give stock options or bonuses. I could give out medals, though, and certificates and coins and all the rest of that. And we spent a great deal of effort doing that. People might think that that is trivial or insignificant. It is not. It means a great deal. And it's another reason why I salute what Prime Minister Yatsenyuk is doing with this conference and with the others that he hosts as well. And one reason I'm proud to be part of his board. This recognizes individuals. To have a seat in the room right there is, I think, validation of what you are doing already. And more importantly, it is affirmation that what you're going to do in the future is critically important to Ukraine as a country.
General Petraeus, thank you so much for your thoughts and for joining us today. I know we all gained some insight and wisdom from your thoughts. Thank you, sir.
Can I just make a couple of last comments, Clara?
Clara, thank you so much. I know that you will join us a little bit later at another panel. А ми зараз продовжуємо. Ми будемо зараз з вами говорити про стійкість, тому що
Now we're going to speak about resilience, because when the large-scale war started and Ukrainians thwarted the plan of Russia to capture Kyiv in 3 days, this impressed the whole world and the countries who thought that we would fall. And this definitely will go down into history.
триматися 3 дні і триматися майже
But to withstand for 3 days and to stand fast for 3 years, these are two different things. If we speak about the first phase as heroism and people's resistance, but today we have the 3rd year of resistance and we keep standing fast, not without difficulties, not without challenges, but nevertheless we are holding up as a country, as businesses, as the military, as individual people. And it is about this resilience that I would like to speak now at this panel with my interlocutors, Dmytro Sakharuk, D-Trading General Director, Olena Plachova, Marketing Director and Reputation Management Director of Nova Post, Anna Bondarenko, head of the Ukrainian Volunteer Service, Tatiana Yatsenyuk, head of the WOS Caritas program,
Анастасія Блищук,
press officer of a 3rd Detached Assault Brigade, and Laura McMordan from the Euro-Atlantic Eurasian Center of Atlantic Council. Dmytro, the war has taught us to value things which we used to take for granted. In your case, this is about electric power. We never thought about how challenging it might be if you live with power outages. And after the full-scale invasion and numerous strikes on energy infrastructure in Ukraine, and people came to value the work of energy specialists more highly. Our energy experts do their job day in and day out, irrespective of conditions or the weather. They do their job, but it's not that easy, especially given their salaries and so on. What motivates them, in your opinion? Well, I can give you my take on this, because there are many views as to why it is the case. The beginning of the war, the full-scale invasion, made a huge impact on us all, because within 1 day we recovered from COVID, and we kind of grew up. Each and every one of us grew some 20 years older. And the further on the war continues, the more mature we are. And this age, which is not determined by your physiological age, but on the basis of the experiences that we go through, it makes an impact on the level of our responsibility, on our perception, our responsibility, including those who work in the energy sphere and young people among them. And this responsibility makes an impact on our conduct, on our behavior. We cannot be lighthearted about what is going on around us. We behave like responsible adults. And a grown-up, responsible person understands that not everything is about money, not everything about wealth and so on. It goes much broader than that. Primarily, it's about responsibility we have for our children, for our country, our responsibility for the future generations who will keep living in this country after the war. And we know that this pattern of behavior makes an impact on the conduct of many people, including in the energy sphere. They do this because they think this is right, because this is the way they invest in their country and in the future thereof. And there cannot be any other way that a responsible adult person can behave, because it will run counter to their core values and principles. All this is the reason why Ukraine cannot be overpowered in 3 days, 3 years, or what have you, because this is a country of grown-up, responsible people. Thank you. Elena, I believe that many people would agree that within the years of the war, Nova Post has become not just a mailing service, because normally we send stuff to a certain point of your organization, and very many people use this service to send assistance to the frontline, drones, and so on. And your people are at that front line, so that we would be able to send thermal cameras or drones to the front line. What is the explanation of the resilience of your company in the current environment? Well, I totally agree with what was said by Dmytro. This is about maturity and responsibility. If not us, who else? The day before yesterday, another worker of our organization was killed during a Russian strike. He was 25 years old. Before, a 22 years old guy was killed. Yesterday, I read a note that people said, beware of going to Nova Post because they targeted by Russia. I don't think that we have to spread that message. We had a case when a long-haul trucker delivered assistance, humanitarian assistance to the Kherson region, Kharkiv, Donetsk region, and his wife stayed at home with kids. And then she understood that she wanted to get involved in that work, and she got a license for driving a truck, and she's working with his husband now. When we asked her why she's doing this, she says, I cannot sit on the sidelines. When the military are defending their country, she wants to do whatever she can. We have husbands who send their wives to safer places, but they continue working in dangerous areas. The military would understand that in the pre-frontline areas, Nova Post is the only lifeline through which they can get what they want from outside. So we try to rotate our staff so that they would be able to rest and recuperate, but when we ask them whether they are tired, they raise their brows, because they have no question about that. They work for the sake of the victory. This is the core of our organization. And people working here are the ones who are fighting for our victory. Thank you. Hanna, well, we've discussed volunteer movement in Ukraine time and time again. This is really impressive. But volunteers are live human beings, and some of them have been doing this since 2013. How do you replenish your staying power and resilience? Yeah, it's really interesting, because I think even in this small hole that where we are now, there are people who have been engaged in volunteering in one way or another, by way of fundraising or otherwise. If we speak about the Ukrainian society now, despite the fact that we don't have statistics about how many people volunteer, but some 70 to 80% of the population have done one thing or another by way of volunteering. And in comparison with large-scale invasion, this is a huge increase. On the other hand, for us as an organization which deals with the culture of volunteering in Ukraine, it's really important how diversified our volunteer movement has become. 3, 5 to 7 years before, volunteering was a kind of a bulb, closed bulb, where people would be dealing with volunteers, with the military, whereas now volunteering is being actively discussed when we go to Radekhiv, Zhokvo, Kryvyi Rih cities. We don't have to explain to people what volunteering is all about and why we need it, but every time we have to explain how each of us can get engaged. It's not just about fundraising, organizing an event, or sending a parcel somewhere. We need to grow in our volunteering work, and it's very often about resilience. Volunteers are one of the most resilient cohort of people in our society. Volunteers, more often than not, are the ones who acknowledge, yes, the situation is bad, but let me show you how we can make a difference. And this is one of the things which keeps us going, how we can volunteer and help others, and to be an example for other people who are a little bit more despondent. And we see a lot of tendencies, like people who started volunteering 3 years ago now upgraded their level of volunteering much higher. They organize other people to get engaged in volunteering, and they scale up their work. Many of them have joined the defense forces, and when they go to the defense forces, they bring about with themselves not just their time, but their social capital and their readiness to do more than what is demanded of you at work. So resilience is the prerequisite for our victory, and volunteers are a graphic example of this. We have to find a sphere, an area in which we can be most efficient. For some, this is working with the military, for others, working with the children, for somebody else, this is working with the IDPs, and so on. We all have to understand that after our volunteering, there should be something else. Work at, for the government, for instance, or for the military. But that'll be another step which we'll make in the future. And people who are young now have to look to the future and understand how they're going to be more useful for their country in the future. Very often when we volunteer, it may seem like we are one-on-one with huge and formidable problems, and we feel kind of daunted. But if we get united with the state, with the government, with advisory bodies, with local self-governance bodies, we really can make a difference and turn from a little person into a warrior who can slay the dragon. So we have to look for like-minded people, to make contacts, to network, and to achieve the results that the country needs, not just for ourselves, but for the society and country at large. Tatiana, within the Caritas project, you go to the frontline and pre-frontline regions, and obviously surviving there is really a huge challenge. What can we learn from the people who work there, and how we communicate with the people who do not want to leave the dangerous areas? They have learned to live without water supply and so on, how to influence them. Well, thank you. This is really a very important question. We have a lot of experience because we started working back in 2014 when we helped the families of the heavily 100 people from east and south of Ukraine. The organization of Caritas of Ukraine is focused on 13 programs that we work on. I work on the WASH program. This is about water supply and sanitary requirements for the people in affected areas. In order to implement projects like that, one should have not just material and facilities, but also a strong organizational structure. And in order to make this happen, there should be three factors in place. First of all, we have to focus on sustainable access to stabilization effects and a high level of adaptability in the environment of war. This is key for a response. And the third is a strong team, people who get together and provide actual assistance. Answering your question about how to work in the pre-frontline areas.
Here I should say that we react at the pre-front territories, and our focus is the communities, working with communities and for communities. Therefore, our work, we're trying to do our work balancing between humanitarian response, so providing key basic needs, and providing that assistance which would have helped the community to become resilient, to be able to be self-sufficient after we leave their territory with humanitarian project. And here I must say that our response in Donetsk, Zaporizhzhia, Kharkiv, Mykolaiv, Dnipropetrovsk Oblast, thanks to our partners. Today we mentioned Norwegian assistance, Caritas Norway, Caritas Netherlands have been very supportive of our work. So thanks to this joint work, we managed to reach the most remote villages and provide assistance in time. Speaking about adaptability, it's very important because as an organization, we prepared to the war. As of 2022, we had a clear plan. We knew who would respond, what team would work, but everything went out of the plan. But the presence of the structure, presence of the plan, and presence of the strategy help us to quickly adapt and respond to the challenges of war. Speaking about the team, these are people who are united by the goal and, the most important, by the values. How do we provide assistance in such places where it is very difficult? I can give you a practical example of our team, Caritas Mariupol. At the beginning of invasion, their office was destroyed with direct hit from the tank. Unfortunately, the personnel died, and there were people who were hiding at that office. They also were killed. After that, some members of the team are relocated to Dnipro, but because their values are to help to respond at the places where the biggest challenge is, so they were inspired to come back to Donetsk Oblast, and they worked. They have been working until recent times in Pokrovsk Rayon, in Selidovo, in Novogrodivka. So this is their value, the value of that team. Also, I also would like to say about volunteers. Following the previous speaker, I should say that volunteer movement is extremely important. Caritas Ukraine has about 3,000 volunteers permanently working with us, and this is our strength. Our strength are young people. In the WASH team, half of our employees are people younger than 30 years old, and they are the engine moving forward, people who respond quickly, who are able to adapt, and they're united by values. Therefore, professional approach and persistence, these are important things. About people who stay within dangerous territories, it's a difficult question. Now, as a humanitarian organization, we here appeal to us, don't provide assistance at the pre-front territories, because this will provoke people to stay there. But on the other hand, we understand that if we do not provide them with the basic needs, they will stay in extremely difficult conditions for their life, which contradicts our humanitarian principles. We have to help them. When we worked in Novogrodivka, for instance, we understood that the front line was moving. We left the place when the front line was very close to that settlement. So what we did, we provided sustainable access to water. We established water wells, accumulating vessels. We did underground work, and we knew that after we have left the place, the results of our work would continue helping people who stayed there. But unfortunately, the decision belongs to the people who stay in the pre-front territories, and we have to respect their decision. Thank you. We spoke about the resilience at the level of companies, communities, funds, but on the base, all this is based on the human resilience. Anastasia, you joined the army after your groom, Oleksandr MATVIICHUK, was killed in the front line, and your parents became the IDPs. How could you continue fighting and continue your struggle? I didn't think that today you would mention Alexander. That's why I'm so upset. Yes, my parents were under occupation for 6 months at the left bank of Kherson territory, the left bank of Dnipro. Today, we've heard that the choice remains with the people who stay in the pre-front territories, whether to leave or not. I have different opinion of that. People don't leave because they don't have where to live to. And there is no support for people to be sure in what to be confident in their future days. I saw a lot of things in Novogrodivka, in Mirnograd, in Pokrovsk. It is terrible, but there must be a powerful support from the state for people to have where to go to and what to live on, because it's very difficult for people to leave their place where they lived and go to unknown. What helped me? My brothers in arms, comrades in arms, my sisters in arms, we are all fighting for each other, for our families. But I'm not fighting for those people who don't live with war. There is a very popular song song you should choose yourself. But if Russians reach their aim, there will be nothing to choose from. There will be no possibility to choose. So one more moment. It's very hard to stay on the front line, not understanding why Russians continue bombing us with guided bombs, hundreds of guided bombs, and we don't have anything to counter them. Why our artillery people don't have enough munitions? Why do we have to ask volunteers to help us all the time, or to pay for our needs on the front line from our own funds? So it's very difficult to agree with. So I'm asking everyone to get involved into this. You can't imagine how tired I am. My dream is to stay alive, to come back home, and still having a fear that after the end of this war, the next war will start, which would be even bloodier. So I'm thinking, how am I going to live on that in that part of the country, for me to have Starlink, to have shelter and so on. We need to do something. We all have to do something in order to prevent this to continue.
Lauren,
Зараз
будемо англійською, тому кому треба навушнички, вдягайте. For many years, you have been researching resilience to violence globally, including Ukraine. Can you tell me how Ukraine's resilience that emerged in time of the full-scale invasion compares to other experiences that you saw?
So, I want to say I, with another group of researchers, have been looking to understand why certain communities globally are resilient to violence and can resist violence, and why other communities can't. And one of the things that's very critical in communities that can resist violence is that they bond within their groups, they create bridging and trust with other groups, and the most important factor is that they can develop collective strategies and engage in collective action, because there's nothing that an armed group fears more than collective action against us, and they will back down. But the sad thing we saw in this research was that once the armed group entered into a community, that this trust broke down, that groups were afraid that other groups would survey them, would turn them in, would engage in retributive justice. And so once the armed group came in, the resistance and the resilience stopped. But I'd like to say this is different in Ukraine, that the armed actor has come in, and yet Ukraine has remained remarkably and uniquely resilient in the face of this. And I'd like to talk about why I think what this resilience is, and why I think it's really important for the global community to understand the roots of this resilience. As you all know, democracy globally is under threat. It faces polarization, it faces backsliding, but there's one trend, one really, really positive trend that could be the path for all of us forward in terms of democratic renewal. And that's that global values are changing, and that individuals are adopting democratic values. They may not know they're adopting democratic values, but as they become more educated and they have more resources, okay, they don't want the state to determine their decisions. They want an equal playing field. They don't want the state to determine who or what is going to be a winner and loser. And these emancipatory values that free them from authoritarian thinking are beginning to take hold globally. You can see them in the World Values Survey, And if these individuals begin to act collectively, that survey says that we could begin to see a mobilized democracy around the world. And what I'd like to say to you is, I think that tectonic shift is already happening. I think it's already happening around the world. Your youth compatriots in Colombia in 2019, they demonstrated not for rights, not for better tuition, not for more financial support. They demonstrated for values. They demanded that their government uphold the values of their peace agreement. And they said every youth, the most poorest of Colombian youth, need to be brought up by our government. So we support the value of equality more than we even support our individual right of being better students. You saw that in Kenya, where the Kenyan government, 2 months ago, Kenyan youth across religious, ethnic lines, mobilized in order to not to shoot down a tax law. They challenged the government to have better values, to eradicate youth poverty, to eradicate youth marginalization, okay? The Euromaidan was the parent of all these growing global youth movements that because they focus on values, they can become mass movements, okay? And these mass movements are spawning different forms of democracy once they're gone. You're seeing citizen assemblies. You're seeing your own volunteerism as a form of that new liberated democracy, right? You're seeing the values motivate people that you talked about. Okay, so these new forms of democracy are just now emerging. And I would say this, to me, is a source of Ukraine's resilience, okay? That you all are experiencing with a new form of democracy that emphasizes values. You value the sanctity of every life that is lived and lost in this country. You are mobilizing this mass mobilization as this new form of democracy where your civil society works 24/7, where you all want to volunteer to help your country. It is forming new forms of democracy. From our side, never have we seen an advancement of gender equality in the time of war, the advancement of environmental rights in the time of war. So you are forming new forms of democracy. And this is above all why I think Ukraine needs to be supported, because this great experiment in democracy that you are undergoing now in a time of war is a path forward for democratic renewal for all our countries. Your democracy is the future of my democracy.
Thank you so much. У нас ще є трошки часу, якщо
We still have some time. If you have questions in the audience, you may ask your questions and raise your hand. If no questions, then I would take all the time for myself. Okay, think about questions for the next session, and then I would take these 14 minutes for my question. Mariana Subotina, who has gone through Azovstal and Russian prison, remembered the game in which she played with other prisoners when they could. They were thinking of what would they want for as a Christmas gift. And she said that her dream in the Russian captivity was to get this glass ball with the snow inside. So things which creates a different mood. I would like to ask you about a thing, event, person, or history which help you to be resilient, which help you to move forward. Dmytro, let's start with you. Everything is simple with me. Children and wife. Family.
Пані Олено,
Олена,
Це про цінності, знову-таки.
This is again about values. Nova Poshta, the owners of Nova Poshta have selected their own way. They want to live only in Ukraine. This is their home. They want to make it a flourishing country. And all the people who come to the new post, Nova Poshta, to work, want to make it the economic wonder, service wonder, creating same values. That's why we set up the corporate university for training people, other business training. We established humanitarian post of Ukraine and 3,500 charity foundations send assistance to people through the Nova Poshta. They don't pay for this. So these stories, when you see people who you help, they are your drivers. I remember that on the 24th of February, I got a letter in Facebook from a woman whose son got a special form of cancer, and she participated in the German program of testing the medicines, but they needed these medicines right immediately because it should be kept in the cool environment. So, but the Kyiv terminal was closed because of the bombing and shelling, and I dialed the logistics director, explained him the situation, saying that this medicine can last only for about 5 hours. So people went there under shelling. They didn't know in which container this parcel was. They found it in the end of the day.
The child is okay now. She's undergoing treatment, but it inspires you. It tells you that you do everything that you should. Remember the Kakhovka Dam destruction. And then Nova Poshta company said, everyone who wants to contribute, who wants to help, please bring in all of the things that we can send there. We will do that at our own expense. Over 3 days, we sent there 60 to 20 ton lorries there. So we are helping ourselves, and we want to contribute to this self-help, self-resilience. We are bringing the society together based on the values, particularly when you know a person who you can help, you know the target of your effort, then it gives you inspiration to persevere. Right, the family and the result that you are striving to achieve can be your source of resilience. Yeah, volunteers are the source. We in the Ukrainian volunteering service have the honor to support them. Those who work in the recently deoccupied territories. And every time that I think that I am tired, I remind myself that there are people who are suffering even more, and the only sign language interpreter who still lives in the recently occupied territories, because she feels responsibility for assisting people who don't have access to basic services. And a volunteer from Melitopol, Margarita, who is in captivity now, she has been convicted for 8 years for being a volunteer. So there are volunteers who, during this Kakhovka Dam destruction, formed a group of self-assistance not only in the deoccupied territory but also in the occupied territory. And they've got this network of assistance. They deliver foodstuffs, they deliver medication to people who need them. And every time I feel tired, I recollect those people who live under the constant fear of captivity of repression, they still find the stamina to continue, to go on providing this assistance to other people. So we add to our list the experience of other people who do incredible things, who regular citizens do, and incredible things done by people in the street. Tatiana, any stories of yours? So what keeps me on the float is my son. I always think about him when I feel that life is really hard. And of course, what we think of, what we aspire to achieve, what we dream of is for the role of Ukrainian civil society to expand. Speaking about the humanitarian sector, about 13% of resources come to Ukrainian organizations. Most of the humanitarian assistance comes from abroad, but we have to do everything to change this proportion. 90% of all assistance comes from Ukrainians for Ukrainians, and it is my dream to ensure that our organizations have got the capacity and resources to provide this assistance timely, with high quality, professionally, and that's what motivates you to persevere, to go on. And also our initiatives inspire me. These are things that we want to reach out to our society with, for them to be very economical, very saving when it comes to natural resources, to water, to land. We have to encourage people to improve the environment, the conditions in which we live. So I think these are the things that keep me ready to go on. My battery are the people who work incessantly for the sake of our victory. And I would like to thank the energy workers who restored electricity very fast, and we could recharge our telephones. I am also thankful to the Nova Poshta company who deliver parcels to me every day. I'm thankful to the volunteers who helped us 24/7, and I am thankful to you, Jana, for engaging me in your broadcast programs, and I have the opportunity to communicate what we do in our brigade, and it also helps me to fundraise for my sisters and brothers in arms, and you usually insist that people should donate to the armed forces. All of that inspires me. We have so many people who are prepared to fight every day. Thank you very much. It is my honor to stand by you and other people who protect our country.
You from Ukraine, maybe some story or someone who really shows you another level of resilience.
So I just want to say that I think when I look across the world, and we've done lots of studies around what makes a community resilient, and I have to say one of the big factors is women. That those communities that are able to incorporate women's perspectives, that those communities that are able to mobilize around women, because women bring so many citizens to the mix, they make better decisions about what resilience is, they have better collective strategies around how to resist violence. I work with a lot of women who are on the front lines of Ukraine, trying to raise funding for them so that they can immediately provide humanitarian assistance. And I would say these, to me, are my heroes of Ukraine, because they work on the front lines, often with no recognition, in situations of extreme danger, and they deliver every day for their communities.
Thank you so much. Ну, і наостанок запитання зірочкою до пана Дмитра.
And to end, my question to Dmytro, when will we have blackouts? I hope we won't have them, and we work towards this. I believe that the energy workers and employees have done everything to protect us during this war, when it comes to production of gas or coal, when it comes to the protection of critical infrastructure facilities, and we will be able to fight off the enemy. And I hope that we will be saved from blackouts. But we will need resilience this winter, with blackouts or without them. We had with us Dmytro Sakharuk, who's CEO of D-Trading, Elena Plachova, Chief of Reputation and Marketing Officer Nova Poshta, Hanna Bondarenko, Head of Ukrainian Volunteer Service, Tatiana Yatsenyuk, Head of the WASH Program Caritas Ukraine, Anastasia Blishuk, Press Officer of the 47th Separate Mechanized Brigade, and Lauren Van Meter, non-resident Senior Fellow at the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center. Thank you very much to all of you. So now we've got lunch break, and we resume our work at 2:45. Enjoy your lunch.
Життя кожен із нас зможе на ньому збудувати. І тому я пропоную
So I suggest that we start, and I welcome on this stage hero of Ukraine, Deputy Head of the National Defense University of Ukraine, General Major of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, Igor Gordychuk.
І до розмови запрошую
And I
заступника
also
міністра освіти і науки
invite
України пана
Deputy
Михайла Винницького.
Minister of Science and Education of Ukraine, Mikhailo Vinnytsky.
Чекаємо, думаю, зараз він до нас
So
долучиться.
I hope he will join us very soon. We also have Lilia Grinevich, Vice Director for Research and Pedagogical Education at Karazin Kharkiv National University, Minister of Education and Science of Ukraine 2016-2019. Sergei Kvit, President of the National University Kyiv-Mohyla Academy, Minister of Education and Science 2014-2016. Anna Novosad, founder of Save ED, Minister of Education and Science 2019-2020, and Yuri Pedlisny, Chair of the Political Science Department, Ukrainian Catholic University. We will wait for Mikhailo. He'll join in very soon. Igor, my first question is to you. You're working with the future elite of the Ukrainian armed forces. Tell us about this generation of young people. What motivates them? How can we respond to their expectations, we as the society and the government? Good afternoon. Glory to Ukraine, glory to the heroes. Thank you very much for inviting me, and I would like to thank our comrades in arms who ensure our safety and security, including the air defense forces around Kyiv. The enemy is striving to exhaust us psychologically, physically, morally, but we keep on, we hold on. So we show our resilience, and it is our task now to stand up to this challenge and win eventually. So it pleases me to see that young people on whom we pin so many hopes are themselves parents, and they believe in their motherland, in their homeland, and in the bright future thereof. I had the honor to chair the military Ivan Bohun Lyceum for 7 years, and now we are part of the National Defense University of Ukraine. We train young, aspiring military. They study in VOLKER, and then they join the Military Defense Institute in Kyiv. Last year, we also came up with the initiative to start training at a higher level of education. So we suggested that they also are trained in military political aspects of Ukraine's defense. So we are resilient. We believe that the victory is possible thanks to better motivation, better training, in ideology, in spiritual education, physical training, high-tech provision, etc. And we implement it in our education, and then that translates into the prevalence and the battlefield. You understand that the Russian armed forces outnumber us and match us in weapons and ammunition, but there are several aspects to the victory. One of them is the military capability, and the other is the unity of the people. So we have to fight the internal enemies and adversaries through ensuring rule of law, democracy, transparency, so that the society lives up to the expectations of the armed forces. And if we have these two aspects, these two components, the unity between the front and the rear, the unity of people around the idea of freedom and victory, then we will be able to prevail. So we work with the military and political leadership to get the message across that we are defending the country, but not only it, not only our future, but we are also defending the future of the global civilization. And some of our aspiring officers are being trained in Canada, in the USA, in Europe, but we understand that it is only inside the country that we can nurture this resilience and this readiness for the sacrifice for the sake of the homeland. Our army is both experienced, resilient, and brave. So in order to preserve our young people, our future, the armed forces work together with the National Guard, with the Border Guard Service, with all of the security and defense forces to make sure that we protect the lives of those who are at the front line. We build fortifications. We got more disciplined during the pandemic, and we started building shelters and fortifications, and now we have shelters in all of our premises of the Defense Institute and the Lyceum. We modernize those shelters. It is expensive, but still we are ready to bear those costs. So we do it for the sake of the young generation. And when it comes to the education and training processes, we rear them through motivation, through new approaches and methods of education. And we here have to compete with technologies, with gadgets, with online training. So we need to bring them back to offline, to reading books, to talking to their peers, to making them more aware of the need to build up those networks of like-minded colleagues. And better training requires better resources, better equipment, so that they are more motivated by best practices, by the international experience, by the experience of Israel, for example. We learn from their lessons. And in order to imbue this faith in young people and their parents that Ukraine has bright future. So in the previous 10 years, where we were suffering from this hybrid warfare and the enemy aspired to exhaust us, and now over these almost 3 years of the all-out war, we need to again inspire our young people for them to stay in Ukraine. We don't need Ukraine without Ukrainians, without young Ukrainians in particular. So we put a lot of effort in this education, and I would like to thank young people who stand with us, and glory to Ukraine. Thank you very much for your attention, and thank you, Arseniy, for supporting us at the Euromaidan. We understand that the enemy can leave the front line, but we can't, because it is our land, and we have to be here. Mihailo, thank you very much for making it, after all.
Пане Михайле,
So, Mihailo, you are Deputy Minister of Education and Science of Ukraine. What's your vision of education in Ukraine? How can education contribute to rearing this war generation in a better way?
Thank you very much for inviting me, especially in the context of this panel where we have 3 ex-ministers on the stage, so it makes me feel kind of uneasy. I can tell you what we are doing now to transform and reform the system of higher education for the country which we are building together. Because the situation is kind of weird. On the one hand, we are at war. On the other hand, we are transforming ourselves. I once tried to explain it to our Western partners. And my analogy that came to my mind was that you take an aircraft of the Second World War, and as it flies at maximum speed, we, in mid-air, rebuild it into F-16, and in the process, we're being shot at from the ground. This is quite a challenge. Well, for this audience, the most important component is as follows. We very often hear that Ukraine has found its agency as a country which is being reckoned with in the world. We very often hear no decision about Ukraine without Ukraine. We very often see our president being welcomed in other countries and how the authority of Ukraine around the world is unquestionable. This is about agency. Agency, which is a very important notion, and it gradually grows into the ideology which we see in the new system of Ukrainian education. Obviously, we continue the reforms which were initiated by the former minister Hrunevich. We continue doing that. But again, it's very important that we restore students' agency, which means that students have the right of choice. We proceed from the paradigm which is kind of infantile in a we depart from the infantile premise that everything was pre-programmed for the students. And in the process, we were being filled by knowledge by our teachers, and then in 4 years they check if anything has leaked through the years in the process of examination. This concept is obsolete now. We are trying to find the trajectory of individual development, and each individual student chooses his or her way in the world, which means that there's a right of choice and there's a responsibility which comes with it. Because if you're working on the program which is pre-decided for you, you may rebel against such a program, but you don't have any responsibility for this. You have a responsibility to learn, and that's it. I think it is extremely important to emerge from this terrible war with a new system of education which would envision that students have agency, that everyone sees his or her own trajectory, they find it in the process of learning, and they undertake responsibility, including financial responsibility, for their education. This year we introduced the Institute of Grants, which means that partially education is financed by the student and partially by the state. This way we build up the agency of individual students. As regards the contents, in 2025 will have a compulsory basic military training, which will be introduced for the third-year students this year. They are the students who are mature, they come of age, and our task is to make sure that these people know how to handle weapons, that they have an idea what it means to defend your country with arms in your hands, to defend your family, your town, your state. The next step will be a certain reform together with the Ministry of Defense, a certain reform of the military departments of our universities, because we will need a new system of officer training. All this is part of getting the state ready to a new kind of society which can defend itself at any point in time and undertake a responsibility. I'd like to emphasize that all the things that happen at the level of the state and state policy are backed up by the idea of the agency of young people. This is a kind of a country which we would like to build during the war and which we'd like to see after the war, when young people undertake responsibility for their choice, for themselves, for their families, and for their country. Thank you. This metaphor which you quoted about the aircraft which is being rebuilt in mid-air and being shot at, this is absolutely true. Like in Kharkiv today, a 15-year-old boy was taken from under the rubble. Ms. Hronevich, you work in Kharkiv, a city which is fighting for survival in the environment of endless strikes from Russia. Where do you get your motivation to working in a university which is so close to the front line? At the Karazin University, 25% of the university's infrastructure has been ruined. And basically, people view things like everyday occurrence. They know that today another window was blown out, we have to fix it. All the students work online, using the internet services. Unfortunately, at the university, we do lack underground areas where we could hold events, because 4 years of remote schooling is quite a traumatic experience, both at secondary school level and at higher. Like in our country, there are people who have graduated from the secondary school and have never seen their classmates or teachers offline. We have quite a lot of problems with teaching people and giving them information about losses. It's very difficult even for adults to discipline yourself while listening to a lecture. International study PISA and the survey they made showed that the difference in Ukraine between urban and rural teenagers is 5 years, 5 years of schooling, which means that the war and switching to online learning, when people lack internet and all the rest which is needed for online training, leads to segregation. And here it is very important for us not to lose and not to miss the chances for our youth. It's very good that you've gathered here such progressive young people. Do remember about your peers who are in a tougher, more challenging environments where they cannot get schooling offline. Last year, I had to tell the security officers from Finland about how Ukraine organized our educational process. They are surprised at what we had to do. And the formats with which we use now, like underground schools in the metro, or synchronized schooling, mixed kind of schooling, online and offline. But we do lack safe areas. For instance, at Karazin University, we decided that for our faculty to arrange training centers in safe areas so that we could take them for some one-to-one in-person modules of training. Today, Ukraine's young people and those who are receiving education are in different environments. We all have to build a cohesive society, and I do hope that we will be able to take into account this very important mission to help oneself and to help others, because society is built by the majority. It cannot be that countries which have reached a high level of development would not take care about education for everyone in the country, because it's needed for everyone, highly qualified workers, blue-collar workers. It's not just about knowledge in one area or another. This is also about resilience, about skills to adapt yourself, to self-actualize yourself, and to make a contribution to building a country. So we have no right to cut ourselves any slack, because educational losses, they keep piling up. You don't know something, and then all these gaps keep piling up, and it's like snowball. We cannot afford that. Our young people need more skills than their peers in other countries. Like Gen W title, I liked it, and I thought how this W could be applicable to our session about education of youth. I would say that this in this case, W stands for wisdom, which is very rarely attributable to young people, but our young people now have the experience which no other country has. And at the same time, they are modern, they're integrated in a modern flow of technologies, they now can speak foreign languages, and they acquire this, what I call wisdom, through the trials and tests that they have to go through. Therefore, the situation is such that indicates one more thing. When the war started, for our students, coming back to education started to symbolize coming back to the normalcy of life. Sometimes people don't like routine. They think it's boring, but we know that now when offline schooling resumes, children are very happy. So let's try to make sure that education is a continuous process, so that in the future it makes a contribution to further development of our country. Thank you. I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Serhiy Kvit. Ms. Zabushko says that our education is not prepared to the environment of war, because previously the idea was that we will live and enjoy life, and we will die only from old age and not from war. You, as a head of one of the most leading educational institutions in Ukraine, what do you think we should teach to our young people so that we would not be reprimanded for this afterwards? Thank you for your question. Well, the phrase about the end of history was coined by Professor Fukuyama, who's a very big supporter of Ukraine. He's kind of jocular about this phrase having made him famous. It was a kind of a joke. He said this half tongue-in-cheek, so we should not take it too seriously. And as regards your second question as to what we have to train our young people for, this is an eternal question. The Greeks and the ancient Romans were debating that, and that question remains relevant all the time throughout history. We live at the time where we should be ready for everything, for any contingency. In this respect, times never change, and responsibility never changes. I graduated from the university in 1991, right before the independence. We had our own challenges and responsibilities. I entered the university only on my fourth try, just because I had not been a member of the Communist Party. Now the challenges are different, but they're still numerous. You have to be ready to meet the challenges that modern life puts before you. So I would like to go back to what Mikhailo Vinitsky said about agency. Agency of young people is absolutely key. This is about dignity. We have to ask students what they want. We have to heed their opinion. At our university, we try to view students as our junior colleagues. So we develop our country together. That's the way we see our interaction with our students. So you have to be prepared for anything. Times are not going to be better. They will be different, but not better and not easier. As a follow-up to what Lilia Hranevich said, how what people say about the resumption of offline schooling processes. We educationalists should do our best to give Ukrainian perspective to our young, not just to call upon them to do something. You don't have to work with young people, you just have to give them an opportunity to work themselves. There are a lot of new initiatives. I look around this hall and I see a lot of familiar faces. And our task is like this. Ukrainian perspective is the perspective of a country which we would like to see here. We haven't managed to do everything. We pass it down to those who are students now. It's all about what kind of reforms we want to carry out, not just in education. There cannot be we cannot have good quality universities in a poor country. All this is also about economy, about economy being able to back up modern system of education and so on. And this Ukrainian perspective is related not just to our young people in Ukraine, but we should also remember about those who were forced to leave our country, and we have to give them the Ukrainian perspective as well. And people who are students today, I'm sure that they are not afraid of problems, but it's important to make sure that solving those problems depends on them, and whether we empower them to deal with those problems and with those challenges. Our country should rely on them, and they should feel that they can make a difference. If we as educationalists create this Ukrainian perspective, then I'm sure we will be able not just to emerge victorious from this war and have a strong state, but will also will be able to say that most people who are abroad now will be coming back. So the Ukrainian perspective is directly related to the development of education.
Thank you, Sergei. We are talking mainly about higher education, universities, but we should not forget about schools. Madam Grunevich mentioned this format of underground schools in the subway. You work with the schools at the communities which were deoccupied, bombed. What about teaching our children there? What should be done for these children not to become the generation of lost knowledge? Thank you for inviting me. Yes, in our foundation we work with near front communities, those who were occupied and now liberated. And I don't know what do young people in Lviv, Ternopil, Vinnytsia think and plan and dream. We don't work with them. We work with those regions which are in the most difficult situation. This is our choice, and we focus on rural communities, on small towns. We don't work in the city of Kharkiv because this city can cope with difficulties independently rather than a town of Izum, where there is the only space for offline interaction is underground training center. In Izum there are 1,000 of school children. The only place they have is this underground facility for meeting. We work with dozens and dozens of small villages in Mykolaiv, Kharkiv, Dnipropetrovsk Oblast. And I think it is important to remind you that Russia is destroying education conscientiously and in a targeted manner. They hit schools, kindergartens. They don't hit buildings of culture or houses of culture, as they're called here, like clubs. But when you come to the occupied village, you can find at least one place where you can organize any educational space. As of now, every 7th Ukrainian school has been destroyed by Russia. And this happened not only during the first months of war, but it continues now, even in Lviv. They hit the educational establishments. They understand very well why they do this, because Ukrainians will never be as multiple as Russians. The only way for us to win would be with our knowledge. We are looking for options on how in such towns as Balaklia, Snegurivka, or Apostolovo, where with one missile hit Russians, destroyed all 4 schools in July 2023. Now 3,600 children without any opportunity to study. We're looking for various options like modular schools, like in Mykolaiv Oblast, a lot of things could be done. Meanwhile, in Kharkiv, it's exclusively underground educational spaces in the basements. So now people speak about the quality of education and reforms being in beautiful rooms. I'm thinking on how could we maintain status quo, not to speak about extremely difficult reforms and so on. Unfortunately, we have these problems with education at the near border territories. And we in our foundation decided that 3 categories which we want to help is the primary school, because these children cannot study online. These are the kids who can get necessary vital skills when they communicate with the senior people and their peers and the senior students of the senior school, those who can make a choice, who have to make a choice. So in our communities, we see, unfortunately, very high level of isolation and depression because of absence of socialization. In other places, like in Snegurivka, in Mykolaiv Oblast, they are restoring life after the occupation, but the students of senior forums were not supported by anyone in terms of their emotional state. They feel abandoned. Last week, I was in Chervona Dolina. It's a small village in Mykolaiv Oblast. We opened a big modular school there because the stationary school was destroyed in 2022. So there is a space, a school. I ask teachers, what else do you need? They say, we have to start setting contact with the senior form students. They cannot find common language because they lost these skills. And the second is the absence of own understanding on how to be useful and engaged this time. And this second thing is on what we all can work. We have a program, U Active. It's a program for senior school students. It's beyond curriculum, out of curriculum activities. We try to teach them how to manage projects, how to design them in order to improve life in their communities. I can give you an example. There is a village Katyuzhanka in Kyiv Oblast, and in that school, Russian officers were based during battle for Kyiv, and Katyuzhanka was occupied for a month, and we have participants of Active from Katyuzhanka, and their idea was to collect plastic in their village, process it, and use the processed plastic for the drones. So over these 3 years, they printed about 40,000 details, parts, which they sent to various pounds in the front line. When you're talking to foreigners, they say you're trying to weaponize your kids. But I say, they saw how their peers were killed on the streets of Katyuzhanka. They witnessed that. So and I think that it's very important to find such points where every senior school student can feel himself or herself necessary and useful now, and not sometime in the future. Thank you. When we talk about the quality of Ukrainian school education and as well as higher education, it's important also to have those who we are going to teach, because we saw information that not less and less Ukrainian students abroad want to come back to Ukraine. And among the factors why they don't want to come back to Ukraine, besides safety, they name education. Yuri, you're one of the representatives of those universities which are sometimes serve as a model in Ukraine, as a model university. What should be done with the Ukrainian higher education for young people to want to study here? It's a complicated question. For them to stay here, you need not only quality educational products, but you need necessary macroeconomic situation. Otherwise, you may ask a question, why people have been leaving Ukraine en masse since the beginning of 2000. They were looking for better economic and living standards, including education. My my cousin is living in the south of Spain with her children, and I often communicate with her children, and I feel that despite all the difficulties, our secondary school is stronger. The senior school, they suddenly make a breakthrough. This is what we call the profile school, but I hope that the profile school will change a lot of things in Ukraine. Every year, I deal with the sophomores at the universities, the first-year students, and with every student who submits to my program, which is a political science, I communicate personally. And I see for 20 years already that our education have been declining because we don't have the high-quality profile education. And I need the whole year to dedicate in order to break this school inertia. We break it and we have very good results, but having good results, my bachelor program, I see that very many students still want to go for further studies to the West. And I hope that having gone to the West, they would want to come back. There are some lucky cases. We have one graduate who has become the instructor at our political science program. Students are very happy. She graduated from Barcelona University. She's a master of political science. Now we are expecting for another person to come back from Vienna, from London, from other good places, Chicago. These are students who raised at the top level at other universities, and they are coming back. Then my question is, how can we motivate the youth? There are two motives which are functional. I think you know them. By default, it's a good salary, this out of discussion. And the second is proper attitude to educationalists, because educationalists should feel that it's not only his chair of his faculty, not only his rector, not only his minister, but the whole state has the atmosphere which respects educationalists. In Ukrainian Catholic University, we have always had a little bit higher salaries than in general in the country. We asked ourselves a question. A person with a PhD receiving good salary, for how much time do they need to work to buy good apartment in Lviv? 7 years if you don't eat, if you don't buy food. In a month you will need much smaller place. So, but speaking seriously, the answer would be never. And this is the general situation. So we are mutually dependent. On the one hand, the state is dependent on whom the state prepares at the higher educational institutions. On the other hand, at the higher educational institutions, we face the question, you face the question, how can we break through? And on the grounds that there are such people who are ready to break through, I have an optimism about the future. I see those who get serious education. I see those who are motivated, and I'm sure that these are the people who will change this. Here we are in the presence of the hero of Ukraine, MATVIICHUK. When I personally see his presentation or speech, I'm inspired that there is a person who knows very well what is it to serve his nation. In our Catholic university, we have the same walking legend, a dissident who was imprisoned in Gulag and showed on his example that a person can break through. Myroslav Marinovich, a dissident who at the court process was afraid of one thing, that all were in prison for 12.5 years, and he, as the youngest, could be imprisoned for 10 years. And people might have thought that he was broken, and he wasn't broken. And students looking at such teacher, such a vice rector, they feel that they can break through this system. And since the very first days of large-scale invasion, students created a huge hub of assistance to IDPs, to people who lost their houses, their homes. They saw those examples, example of Hardyichuk, example of Marinovich, and this is a stimulus for them, motivation for them to get the best possible education in Ukraine, maybe abroad, come back to Ukraine and to build the country in which you would want to live. Thank you. We are standing on the shoulders of the titans, and we have become such titans for the next generation. Thank you very much. A round of applause to the participants of this discussion. We have a hero of Ukraine, Igor Hardyichuk, Deputy Commandant of the Defense University, Deputy Minister of Defense and Education of Ukraine, Mikhailo Vinnytsky, Vice Rector of Kharkiv Karazin University, Minister of Education in 1619, Lilia Grinevich, President of the National University, Kyiv-Mohyla University, Serhiy Kvit, and founder of Sevek Fund, Anna Novosad, and chair of the Faculty of Political Science of Ukrainian Catholic University, Yuri Pedlisny. Now we have a 15-minute coffee break and come back here with a will to talk about the will.
Власне, є представниками цього покоління і точно знають інших представників.
These people represent this generation. Please welcome Head of the Military Medical Department of the Main Directorate of the National Guard of Ukraine, Colonel of the Medical Service Vitaly PORTNIKOV.
На цій панельній дискусії з нами також
We also have a member of Mykolaiv City Council, volunteer Yuri Stepanets.
очільниця патронатної служби 3-ї окремої штурмової.
Then we also have with us Haika from the 3rd Assault Brigade. Lubov Halan, co-founder of the Princip Human Rights Center, director of the Physical Level Charitable Organization Rostislav Satana, and co-founder and CEO of Mental Health Global, Klala Kaudelovich.
Що ж, пане
Okay, Vsevolod, I would like to start with you in order to introduce our audience into the context. You used to be the chief medic of the Maidan Revolution. You've been at the ATO since 2014. You helped the wounded and injured in Ilovaisk. Then, when the all-out war began, you rushed to join the army, and you set up the I Believe Children company of paramedics. Hence my question to you, what are the boundaries of the human willpower? You've seen so many situations when a human life was hanging in the air, so you had this frontier experience. How does it change a human being? Thank you very much for inviting me to speak at this forum. And to see such a wonderful audience of young people with bright eyes, with willing to hear something useful and helpful for them from the speakers. And most of the speakers here are just regular citizens as you. Nobody is born a hero. Nobody is born with a steel-like willpower. Nobody is born with the developed skills. It's the society and the circumstances of life that rear a person, that impact their personality. I used to live under the Soviet Union and the liberation struggle. I was one of those who participated in the revolution on the granite. Then I witnessed all of the critical periods of the independent development of my country. And I was developing together with the new independent Ukraine. I opted to be a military medic. You said that I was at the Maidan, one of the medical 100 at the Maidan, but I was just one of the many of those who were forced by the circumstances to be there and to help the people. They were prepared to do what was required of them. There's a term in psychiatry as post-traumatic growth and developing. Any traumatic event can have two types of impacts. Either it stays with you as traumatic experience for a short period of time, or it lingers for a long time. Traumas usually result in either PTSD or in post-traumatic growth and development. So it is essential for the society, and that's what we are witnessing right now as the development of our history, for the society to go the path, to walk the path of the post-traumatic growth. And every tragedy will bring about the rise of a new generation. There would be the accumulation of the so-called Ukrainian gene, or the gene of courage. And every time, as in a spiral, it would go to a new height, to a new level of resilience in difficult situations. Let's look at the Maidan revolution. What can be more tragic than the death of 100 of the participants of that revolution? The loss of this heavenly 100. We grew as a nation, and we then suffered from the aggression. So the war started, which was first titled as the anti-terrorist operation. At that time, people had this traumatic experience of 19 and 20 of February of 2014, and then they formed first battalions of the National Guard named after Kulchinsky. Then voluntary companies Azov Aidar were formed. I was a volunteer medic at the ATO, and then we lived through this huge trauma of Ilovaisk, which is the greatest military tragedy of the recent history, when more than 300 Ukrainian warriors were killed in the period of 2 hours because they had to break through the outnumbering force of the Russian airborne troops. So, and that again brought about a trauma. And people who broke through in Ilovaisk were supposed to find their own pockets of peace and quiet.
But again, what happened is very characteristic of the Ukrainian nation. What happened can be called a post-traumatic growth of Ukrainians. And when the full-scale invasion started, we were pretty much prepared for that, and the Ilovaisk warriors, all of them who were alive, did not stay at home. They went straight to the front line. Unfortunately, about 1/3 of them have already perished at the front line. But I'm sure that a society gets united when the times are toughest, and this traumatic experience accumulates in the society, and it kind of gets imparted to the rest of the society, strengthening the potential for resilience and further growth. Well, obviously, we are champions as far as survival is concerned. Thank you for what you said. Again, obviously, willpower is necessary in situations like that. But when you are in a wheelchair, what does it take? Willpower or anything else to get to the grocery store? Because it's just a challenge at a human level. I would like to give the floor to the next speaker and to ask him how accessible life is for people who are disabled because of the war, or just disabled for other reasons. Do you see any changes for the better after the full-scale invasion, since the full-scale invasion started? Thank you very much. Greetings to everyone. Well, sometimes the questions make me say something like, it's a very good question, give me the next one. But of course, obviously, when we speak about no barrier access and accessibility at the level of everyday life, we can take a look at this ramp. And I'm very thankful that this ramp is in place here. And not just for the ramp itself, but for the general approach, which envisions that you take into account things like that. We very often hear that Ukraine should be rebuilt, renewed. When we speak about no barrier accessibility, Ukraine obviously should be restructured and rebuilt. Because what we inherited from the past makes things very difficult. And when we hold events like this, even if it is an event for disabled people, very often they invite people, but the whole place is not equipped for people with disabilities. I've seen such things happen when people speak about no barriers in an environment which is full of barriers, as a matter of fact. We have to be aware of all this, and if we speak in general terms, we have to say that quite a lot of civil society institutions and state officials and so on do raise this issue at a proper level and draw attention to this. We discuss it a lot, we write a lot about this, we include these things into our documents, everything looks very fine on the paper, but then everything turns into money which is disbursed for making things better, and then very often money is mishandled and the whole thing comes to naught. Very often we see certain construction norms in our documents, and then all of a sudden another house pops up somewhere in the middle of the square, and you see that there's no accessibility at all, and everything is built without any regard to the issues like no barrier access for disabled and so on. So we speak a lot about these things, but it's high time we started doing this instead of just paying lip service to it, because now the number of disabled people is growing exponentially. I mean, they are actually really handicapped people, because sometimes people claim to be handicapped just because they forged their documents and want to avoid serving in the army. Anyway, these issues should be discussed not just in the quiet of your kitchens, but at an open public space, and we should not limit ourselves to just screaming out about our requests to do something. I very often make jokes about issues like this. Like I said, everyone says that we have very bad roads in our country. Well, wait till you try our sidewalks, I said. If something changes, or jokes like that will live on. So I do hope that we, by joint efforts, will be able to make a difference. Well, you quite rightly said that before this ramp was put in here, someone should have thought about it and should have understood the necessity to do it. And very often we see that we have thousands and thousands of people who were handicapped during the war, and nothing is being done for them. Irina, you, as head of the Angels organization, what did you learn from your experience of working with the military that you work with?
As
far as I am concerned, it's always difficult for me to look into the eyes of people with disabilities. That was the case even before the Maidan revolution. But then, as time went on and I started working with girls and guys with serious injuries, with the amputees, I understood that they're just normal people as ourselves, because we had been always brought to believe that they are sick people and this attitude to them should be special. I was born back in the Soviet Union and I lived for 10 years in the Soviet Union, and the general idea there was like this, that you should treat people with disabilities as if they're ill. Once I started working with them, especially with those whom I had known before their injuries, and when I spoke to them after they were wounded, I understood that nothing changed about them. Yes, they lost a limb or got injured otherwise, but that did not change them as persons. It didn't change them in terms of their human qualities, in terms of their dignity. And sometimes I even feel uneasy offering assistance to them because it's kind of looks like I'm being condescending, or if I express pity to those people. And sometimes people say that if you express pity to someone, pity becomes pitiful. So I came to the conclusion that we need to treat them just like they were one of us, and we should not separate people into the handicapped and otherwise, especially when we're talking about the military. At our unit, starting from 2014, in the Azov unit and in Kraken and the 3rd Detached Assault Brigade, the boys are kind of very proud sometimes that they have a kind of an exclusive injury. They show their prosthetic limbs, and they even kind of showing it off. Look at my leg. It's made of this or that. They make jokes about that. They're quite tough. We, at our service, we make stickers with pictures of wheelchairs, prosthetic limbs, and so on, and we add certain information to that, and the boys take those stickers and they put them on their prosthetic limbs and automobiles. We even made a special sign showing a wheelchair and a man sitting in it holding weapons in his hands. People say that previously for this kind of a sticker you would have been reprimanded, but now it's quite a normal thing. And especially as a lot of wounded people go back to the military after treatment. Previously they would have been considered totally unfit. But so many people with disabilities and with injuries want to go back to the service. Therefore, we started pushing some changes in the legislation to allow this kind of people to continue serving in the army, even if the medical commission pronounced them totally unfit. Because there's an order 410 of the Ministry of Defense, which previously strictly spelled out in which units people with what injuries can continue serving, what diagnoses are acceptable, and what diagnoses make them totally deprived of the right to serve in the army. And thanks to the efforts of the organization like ours and others, we managed to introduce certain changes and amendments to the legislation. Now the situation is different, and now guys and girls who are amputees, and not just them, also those who are in wheelchairs can continue serving in the military. They can hold officers' positions, and they can take any position upon the consent from the commander. We also have a very indicative case when professional military continue their growth and development in a slightly different area of military profession. Then they become trainers and work as instructors, trainers, and I think that for our Ukrainian army this is an ideal option. Yes, people kind of find themselves in a new body, and thanks to the assistance from their comrades in arms, they go on. Ms. Lyubov, if we think about the principle in general, we have an impression that the wounded, who were injured, need a lot of willpower to deal with our official bodies, because sometimes there are a lot of barriers at the level of state power. What should we do to make our system person-oriented? Well, I'll start from afar. I think that sooner or later, things what we are discussing now will be related to every one of us. I totally agree with what was said by previous speakers, so I would like to follow up on what was said. I am from the generation of those who came to the civic society from the Maidan. I was 17 when Maidan happened, and there were a lot of young people who started their social activism from the Maidan. Those were difficult events. I was in denying that I have a post-traumatic stress disorder, and I came to mental assistance quite late on. I did not use that because there were a lot of war veterans who, in my opinion, needed psychological support and assistance more than I did. But finally, I had to resort to that as well. Anyway, this generation is kind of specific. I don't consider myself as a special, but for me it's a great honor to work with these people whom I consider my true friends. Sometimes it makes me sad because, as you can understand, 10 years of life and at our age are the best years of your life. And we had it that fell on Maidan and then full-scale invasion. It's a pity, but it inspires me at the same time. My boyfriend was a civilian person in 2014. He did automobile sports. He had businesses. He wanted to develop his business, but just like many other friends of mine, he joined a volunteer unit and went to the front line, and soon afterwards he started his military career, even though he does not refer to this as a military career, because he says, I did not choose this right, it was just this career, that was just my duty. He sustained several wounds, and Since he was rehabilitated quite well, he came back to military service in 2022. It's difficult for him to serve, but he has the rank of a captain now. He's an officer. He's a kind of a mentor for other people, and his successful rehabilitation and the way he was taken care of by his military unit played a decisive role in bringing him back to the military fold, and they came in very handy when the full-scale invasion began. Well, it's a pity that we have to busy ourselves with this, but at the same time, we admire people like him because this is something that our survival depends on. It depends on people like him. In 2022, I thought we were goners. I just thought that we should brace ourselves for captivity, filtration camps, and so on. But my boyfriend did not think that way. He just packed up and off he went to the north of Kyiv Oblast, and I believe that him and other men and women who were with him did a great job there. So when I spoke with him about that, I said I didn't expect, but he is kind of angry with me. He says, "I'm not a victim. I'm not prey. I'm a hunter, and we can show to our enemy that we can defend our land." We are a generation which have lost a lot of opportunity, but at the same time, we take responsibility and help other people survive in these difficult, dramatic times. In my work and in the work of a principal organization, I do my best for people to understand that the military service is prestigious, that they should understand the rules of this service and have access to career growth.
And many other things related to this process. But what we cannot do is we cannot change the society. And the task of the society in taking over responsibility and all these things is a very important issue. Because this is not enough, families is not enough, families is not enough. All this marginalizes, and the way we answer the question why and how we are the same tribe would get the more and more difficult answers. Our organization has never engaged into mobilization of recruits, and so we started working with the military person after the person has become a military. But the more time passes, I start understanding that we would have to have this difficult talk, and maybe I will start doing it now, because you are the young people who will come at their places later on for Ukraine to survive in front of a million armies which are standing at our borders. We as a society should take more responsibility for this war. This war will not end up with this truce or with these agreements, so because Russia will always be near us, and this war cannot be won only by such people like him. The responsibility for the war should be taken by other people as well. And I think we as a society will be changing, militarizing. I'm sure that I will have to go through basic military training. Maybe I will receive certain military specialization. And I think that we have to start understanding this. We are already the society of veterans. Thanks to them, we are not the society of victims, because we have already one prevailed in 2022 very powerfully. But these words are not enough. So I believe that we, youth in Ukraine, have to rewrite our social agreement and to speak about Ukraine with different approach to reserve planning, other terms of service for conscripts, and strengthening the whole society to national resistance, because we should either support our veterans or take their places. In view of the fact that our young leaders will have to write an appeal to the Prime Minister, I think you have already proposed a number of ideas for them. Rostislav, you are engaged into making adaptive apparel for wounded military personnel. Why you decided to do this? First of all, I want to thank you for inviting me, because this presentation for me is a little bit different. I usually speak to people in order to tell them something. I've never thought about a need to tell this to young people. My question is to the audience. May I ask a question? Raise your hands, those who know what is adaptive apparel. Yes, we have a progressive audience. Yes, this is good. Let's start with realizing. So to understand what is adaptive apparel is one thing, and to realize why it is necessary, it's another thing. Adaptive apparel means the clothes which are easier to put on the wounded personnel whose limbs have installed special apparatus which does not allow to put on the regular apparel. There are many volunteers who engaged into adaptive apparel. They do good things, but we understand that this is a big flow of wounded persons, and one moment I realized that before the full-scale war, I had quite a successful brand, and one moment during the war, a wounded person asked me, I understand all these volunteers make this, but I want to feel myself as a human being in the adaptive apparel, and he said, I need something of a brand. I said it's a top idea. We are engaged exclusively into adaptive apparel, and we do the high quality goods. Because I saw a number of times when military personnel of a high rank were lying in the adaptive apparel, which didn't fit them. So I decided to get engaged into the adaptive apparel because this is a gratitude, expression of gratitude to our warriors who gave up their health defending us. Why is this apparel special? It's a high-quality clothes. Usually, most of the volunteers take either Chinese T-shirts or something like that. We make the T-shirts from scratch, from the best quality fabric, and we also have a print. This print means that when you put it on for a person to understand that he is a hero, though most of the military say, I'm not a hero, but still, this, I think, is cool to put on them. So first, they put on the high-quality apparel. They fit themselves like a military in olive grab. olive drab, and they can read these in print, and when you go out with this print showing, this will show the people surrounding that he is a hero. You should not pity him because he is a hero. That's why I decided to select this direction, or this direction of work, because most of the attention is focused on the front line, on helmets or flak vests and so on. But when most of military wounded people come to the hospitals, such people as Olena, angels, not many people would take care of them. This is briefly it. Thank you, Rostislav. Your adaptive apparel with the hero print reminds us that heroes are living people. They may be wounded, they need support, and they are not made of steel, they are made of flesh and blood. And so that's why we're going to talk about this support with Klara Koloderovich.
On AI model, mental health global. Can you tell us a little bit more about it? So how would it work, and who can use it, and for what purposes?
Absolutely, and thank you for the question, and to Mr. Yatsenyuk and Ramina and the Open Ukraine Foundation for facilitating this conversation, and everyone on this panel who are working on this and telling the story and reminding people here and in the States why we need to support Ukraine and mental health and the very important recovery to come. General Petraeus, Mitzi Perdue, and I did a trip recently to Ukraine, and we have been trying to set up a AI model to be able to provide mental health support to everyone who needs it. As you know, Ukraine inherited a very old Soviet-style system for mental health. Even before the war, about 10% of the population needed some kind of mental health support, but because of the system that was impersonal, inflexible, not promoted, people did not want to participate, and they did not believe that mental health was something that should be focused on in society. Now that the invasion has happened and we're looking at the numbers and the impact, and more likely it's higher, but the estimates from the World Health Organization and others are that about 50% of the Ukrainian population needs some support in the mental health space. Ukrainians have been displaced, there are veterans, there's women who have lost children and families, and you're really having deep-seated trauma. Currently, the estimate is that there's about one therapist for every 100,000 Ukrainians. That is a gigantic gap of care that's needed, and we feel that we can bridge part of that with AI. It's something that is scalable and something that we can train to help give access and care. So we have been working on an initiative with the Open Ukraine Foundation and support from others here to be able to build a generative AI to provide care in multiple languages here. People will be able to access it for free, 24/7, in the language they need, anywhere around Ukraine, and eventually we hope to roll it to other places as well. Our hope is that we can both give care and interconnect the system and the people who are doing amazing support in the mental health space around Ukraine. We're very excited that, you know, as some of you heard General Petraeus say earlier today, Ukraine is building tomorrow's weapons for today's war. And similarly, we're starting to see Ukraine step up in the mental health space with How Are You and with DIA and these different integrations. I feel that Ukraine is taking huge steps towards an adaptive mental health care system that we're seeing not happen everywhere. I mean, even in the States, we have people suffering. The global cost of mental health for anxiety and depression is around $1 trillion every year right now. There's a huge gap, and we feel that Ukraine, because of the progress and the desire to find a solution to this, is taking huge steps to do something. We think AI can greatly help and contribute towards that. So our goal is to test case here, demo, and not just focus on certain groups that are getting more focus at the moment, veterans. We want to build something that can help all groups that need it. Last time we were here, I spoke with a young female journalist. She's 23, and she was interviewing Mitzi and I, and she heard what we were doing, and she said, you know, I had a mental breakdown about a year ago. I didn't want to leave. The trauma and the stress and the anxiety got to me, but I didn't feel that I deserved to take up the place of a veteran who could go get therapy, and so I suffered with it alone, and I overcame it by myself. We want to build something that can have care for everyone so they don't have to feel that they are not worthy of getting the care and the support that they need. So we've been building this, and I think that we'll be able to take huge strides. I believe that by the end of January, we'll hopefully have a test demo up and running. And as we build this and get data, we hope to be able to provide that back to Ukraine and the government and help better facilitate care and know where more care is needed, where certain areas are struggling with certain things more. So anyone who is interested in the mental health space, there's a lot of young folks here who are in this room for a reason. You guys are taking strides toward national security, to better peace, and we heard a very touching statement from the First Lady some months ago, and she said that the war will be won, but when it's won, we have to look at the next 10 to 15 years in Ukraine. And a big part of that includes helping people want to come back to Ukraine and to have a better society and to overcome the trauma and the stresses now, and that's something that we have to start planning and building for and creating solutions for before we get to that point.
Thank you so much. Дякую величезне за цю розмову.
Thank you very much for this discussion. If we have one question in the audience, then you may ask it. If not, you will have a 15-minute break, and you have to think about the question, because at the talk with a special guest, sorry, you have a question. I didn't notice you. I'm the postgraduate student at Taras Shevchenko University. I would like to thank the participants, and I would like to ask on what you think, on your opinion, how can we provide humanitarian security in the country on the current situation and within the next 30 to 50 years? How do you see it from the position of business, from mental health? We have 1 minute for each. Who is ready to give the answer? Several. I think everything depends on how this new future generation is going to develop. Who will teach, from whom they will learn, what will be the environment for youth, and how will veterans returning from the war, how will they be able to integrate within the society? On this, our future will depend on development of the state and the nation in general. Yuri, thank you for the question. You've clarified concerning the sectors. So who knows, who understands this? From the point of view of accessibility, humanitarian security means that humanitarian security may be provided by creation of minimum element of accessibility. Let's be frank that in Ukraine, from the point of view of humanitarian, non-humanitarian, you cannot feel secure 100%. So you know that we are living now at a time of Russian roulette, and you never know where the missile will hit next time. But speaking about the disabled people or military, how can we provide them with minimum support? We should understand that the people were defending our freedom, and coming back, the person becomes not free within his or her place of residence. So to provide equal opportunities for people with disability and without disability, means minimum conventional humanitarian security. I'm ready. I have 2 points. First, I don't believe in humanitarian security without real security. Until we have strong national defenses, national resistance, all this in vain. Humanitarian sphere consumes a lot of money, but a lot of support from the partners. But without security guarantees, strong defenses, air defense, all this will be nice words, and I don't believe them. I worked in the humanitarian area and decided to leave it and started helping the military because I knew that there would be better results. So, about cross-sectoral approach, we believe that veteran policy is cross-cutting. You cannot rebuild Ukraine not integrating the needs of veterans, not only disabled veterans, but veterans in general. The veterans of anti-terrorist operation, for example. Our friends from Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast, most of the time spent in hostels, they didn't have enough, they didn't have places to live in and so on. Therefore, this policy will concern veterans. Speaking about business and economic components, we would have to discuss difficult things. I do not support the economic defending of people, not recruiting them to the armed army. If it's a national one, and it's a national one, I think that our policy on the reserve should take into account these problems. Summing up, we may say that we're in the point of bifurcation, and there are lots of ways forward. So a lot depends on the willpower of us all. We had Stevelot Stebluk, head of the Medical Division of National Guard, member of Kyiv City Council, Lyubov Galan, co-founder of Princip Center.
Olena
Tolkachova, lieutenant from the Assault Brigade, Petraeus Service, Yangel Rostislav Satanot, director of Charity Foundation Physical Level, Clara Kolodarovich, who is a founder of Mental Health Global Initiative. Now we have a short break, and then we'll have a discussion with a special guest.
Зараз була така сама активність з запитаннями, адже це спеціальна розмова про покоління переможців.
I hope you will be as active as in the previous times, but we have Vitaly Portnikov as our special guest. He is a writer, a journalist, and a blogger. Thank you very much for participating in this talk with the young people, for the young people. Given that we are a country at war, which is ongoing, and that you say that this war can last for years and years on end. Now we have young people under 33 who are either directly engaged in this war or will be engaged in different capacities at a later stage. What qualities do they have to nurture in themselves if they want to be meaningful in this fight for Ukraine? First of all, I would like to greet you in these hard times. The presence of people who will be fighting, defending, and recovering our country in the future is a challenge to each and every of us, because the generation of people whose youth has been taken away by the war, those who were young when the independence was declared, when the new state institutions were being put in place, where the society was to be persuaded that Ukraine should become a Ukrainian-centered state, the state of Ukrainian cultural values. All of those were just the first steps in the state building. But those who were born in the times when there was no independent Ukraine, we usually ask ourselves why we are building this state, why are we fighting for it, why are we defending it. We've created it. We are trying to protect it, to build it for you. And when in the audiences with your parents or grandparents, they say that perhaps you won't be able to live your life in the Ukraine that you want to see, but you can build this Ukraine for your children, I usually feel that the audience are all dissatisfied. But speaking with you, I can tell you we are to build this Ukraine for you, but it's incumbent on you to decide what kind of country it is. And that's a crucial question, because you are the citizens of the countries whose presence on the political map of the world is not a given. Our northern neighbor believes that Ukraine is a geopolitical mistake, and its voice, its political and economic pressure can eventually bring to the reinstatement of the Soviet Union within the borders up to 1991. Don't you ever try to persuade those people. They've got their own values, they've got their own worldview, and they are prepared to pay any price to prevail. And we should not be trying to convince them, to persuade them. We have to fight them. And that is why we have to work with the world to secure support, to have professional leadership that are capable of standing up to the challenges of the 21st century rather than live in the context of the 20th century. So the war inside of which we are, in a year or two, in 5 years from now, will be ended in its hot phase. We don't know what territory we would have. We don't know how many people will reside in Ukraine. We don't know what political and economic capabilities of this country would be. But if you want to live in this country, if you want to build it, you should understand that you are responsible for it. Do you want to build it here, or would you be observing a country being built from afar? That happens to many countries, to many nations. Now we are observing the state of Israel fighting for their existence, but 6 million of American Jews are observing that from a very comfortable distance. From the American continent, they do support, they do sympathize, they donate money, but they do not put their lives and health on the line. And it is a choice of a nation, but it is again up to the people who decide that they want to build their country here, that the future of this country hinges of the Ukrainian people hinges. The future of these people, of this nation, depends on you. Unless we have people ready to make sacrifices to build this country, we won't have any country at all. You should be living in the country of realistic expectations. Your grandmothers, grandfathers, your parents used to live, and they still are in the world of illusion. And you are the first generation that can break through this wall of illusion. If there is nothing for you to expect, you live in the world of magic that you yourself dream of. And people in the Soviet Union didn't know what the reality is. And then they carried over this experience of theirs to the independent Ukraine. And now their experience has expired. Now your experience starts. And the more realistic you are in this experience, the better chances you will have to make this country develop, become strong, and to be seen not with sympathy as today, but with respect as tomorrow. And that's a very important point in our life. The priorities for you should become the priorities for this state. Your preparedness to lead other people, to explain it to them why it is essential to believe in value rather than in money. And you won't be able to make any money unless you hold your values dear. You shouldn't be afraid.
You shouldn't be afraid of some of your expectations not to be met, because this is life. There's the road of life is not always straight. There are always compromises and problems and challenges. But if your goal is Ukraine, Ukraine will exist. If your ultimate goal would be to self-actualize in spite of the conditions which exist in this country with the Ukrainian people, the stronger the Ukrainian people will be. Try to understand that the future of any country is about active people who are ready to support the country. In the distant past, once when the British bought from France a part of today's Canada, all the francophone elite of that continent simply boarded ships and off they sailed. And so now francophone people, settlers in Canada for many years became second-rated people in their country because there were nobody in their country who would speak to them about values. No priests, no teachers, no doctors, because all of those were English-speaking. Likewise here, obviously many people will try to make it elsewhere. But the more educated and ready for development the young part of the society is in our country, all this will largely determine our survival. You should understand that no one will give you security guarantees for yourself and your families. If Ukraine becomes a member of NATO, if we get guarantees for the future, you can rest assured that you will live in a peaceful country for many decades. You have such an idea of security that you've never had for centuries. It has not existed in this land. But you have to weigh up all the risks and decide whether you want to stay here and fight for those guarantees of security, or you are ready to sacrifice the Ukrainian in yourself to live in another world for the sake of their security, to make a career and not to be a Ukrainian, to be successful and not to be a Ukrainian. All those are questions that each and every one of you will have to answer for themselves. I don't think that any older person in Ukraine will give you a straightforward formula, but they can share their love for their country. And the country deserves it, doesn't it? Thank you very much, Vitaly. There are a lot of questions that I am tempted to ask, but I hope there are willing people in the audience who would like to ask you. Numerous hands risen in the second row, please. At the back. Mr. Portnikov, I have a question for you. For the establishment of Ukraine as a strong and powerful state, do we need to have any nationalistic or geopolitical doctrines with due regard to our present realities? Or can we refer to what Dontsov or Yuri Lipa wrote in their geopolitical works? Or do we have to invent something totally new or relate to the past, rather? You have to understand that all the geopolitical things of the past are not necessarily translated into the new environment, because any new epoch is new. Now we are going through the epoch of standoff between authoritarian systems and democracy, and any country decides for itself which to choose. Ukrainians have one problem. They're still undecided whether they want to be in the world of democracy or dictatorship, because this choice is blocked by the fact that one of the leading countries of the dictatorial world does not consider our country a full-blown state, does not recognize our language, our culture, and so on. So if we want to live in this country as Ukrainians, there's only one way for us to be part of the democratic world, Euro-Atlantic world, and to live according to its rules, or to renounce those rules and become Russians. On the borders with Russia, or on the contact line, on the front line between Russia and Ukraine, there will be a border of geopolitical China. The border of geopolitical China and the beginning of geopolitical West. And a lot of countries are now trying to decide for themselves, but for Hungarians, for instance, the question whether they want to be a part of one or the other is not a question of national existence, but the issue of economic well-being and the values that the Hungarian state is based on. But for Ukrainians, it's another thing. Either we exist or we don't. Next question.
Там мікрофон дотягнеться.
Ну, добре, будемо так. Іти.
Я думаю, що всі встигнуть.
Добрий вечір.
Good evening.
Taке питання до вас.
I'm Kolatilo Dmitro. I have two questions. Well, let's make it one, or unite them into one. What values and principles should be at the core of the upbringing next generation of Ukraine, and what lessons of the current war we should draw for the young in order to be able to build a Ukraine that you keep referring in all your presentations time and time again? I think the values are very straightforward. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. We just need to become simply a democratic state, not corrupt, a state which is for the citizens and not only for the rich, a state where everyone is respected, each one respects the others, and does not believe that you fight corruption for the sake of the others, but can be corrupt yourself. And if we speak about neighboring countries, I do hope that they will be the countries which know our history and not the Polish or Russian version of our history. People should know the truth about themselves. I've always known that I want to tell the world about Ukraine from the Ukrainian perspective, to show it to Russians and other countries through the prism of Ukrainian visions, and not the way it has always been, that all the information about Ukraine comes from Moscow. It's very straightforward, and everyone can decide for him or himself how you would like to be engaged in building this kind of a state. As regards the lessons, let's wait till the war ends. The war is still going on, and once it is over, then we'll be able to speak about the lessons. Thank you. Any more questions? Good evening. Very soon there will be elections in the U.S. and given the way things are going, I think there will be some turbulence there. Do you think that there may appear a profound social and political crisis in the U.S., and what should we do about this? There can be a deep crisis in the U.S., and we'll see how the world is adapted to that, because it's in many respects will be the first time that this kind of thing happens in the U.S. We'll see how the rest of the world adapts itself to these changes in the U.S. Can we end up in a situation where the U.S. stop being a part of the West? No, it will not happen, because the West is about the United States first and foremost. This gentleman. I have a question to you, Vitaly. You say that we as young people should be realistic. The percentage of young people in Ukraine is about 4 times fewer than people in the group of 40 years of age and so on. And we are getting increasingly few. How can we make an impact? Well, in Iran, for instance, there are a lot of young people, but it makes no difference in terms of their impact on the decision-making. So it all boils down to whether a country is a democratic one or not. That's it. And I can tell you how to make a difference. The older generations are more stupid than you are. They are dumber. So you should use quality rather than quantity to your advantage. And if you do it this way, everything will work out. Good evening. I have a lot of questions, but I'll try to combine them into one. Do you think Ukrainians have to work towards democratization of Russians by information and otherwise, in order to change the situation there and at some point to set up a pro-Ukrainian government there? I think trying to change the situation in another country requires huge resources, and in any event, it depends on how the use of this resource is related to the internal processes in your country. My colleagues from Radio Liberty always think that they played a role in the collapse of the Soviet Union. But as a matter of fact, this happened not because the citizens learned the truth from Radio Liberty, but rather by the fact that the translation of that truth coincided with a profound political crisis within the Soviet Union itself. So, of course, we have to do everything possible to spread the truth in the authoritarian countries. And once the conditions are ripe for that, that truth will play through. But without crisis phenomena in those countries, nothing will happen. Give the mic to a lady. Yes, it's a good point. I'm Katerina, and the question is as follows. Our soldiers are defending us, and they're doing quite a good job, but we also require assistance from our foreign partners. But time and time again, we hear narratives that the world is getting increasingly fatigued of Ukraine. What should we do to make sure that the world is not tired of Ukraine? Well, the fact that the world is tired of a war in some country is a world tendency. The longer this war is going on, the more pronounced will be this fatigue. I can give you an example of the Syrian war. No one is talking about this now. And I kept explaining that the same will happen to our war. one of the facts why the world is so fatigued is that we are fighting back the enemy so effectively. If we had been captured, the whole world would have been much more proactive. But this will continue happening. This is the logic of a multi-year war. And we can emerge from that war only after our enemy has been exhausted. There's no other way to go about it.
Там ще дівчата піднімали руки. От, будь ласка, пані, дайте.
Доброго дня.
Давайте ви.
Good evening.
Ми сьогодні дуже багато чули.
Well, today we've heard a lot about the need to militarize the Ukrainian society. But how can we marry the model of militarization with the idea of democracy? Because on the surface, they are contradictory things. Militarization is about strict discipline and hierarchy, and democracy is about critical thinking, democratic rules of and liberties. How can we find a model to marry these two things without an example of Israel? Why not? Because the actions of Israel have been pronounced by the International Court as crimes. Well, there are decisions about the Prime Minister of Israel, but that decision only compromises the International Court. Because when Israel is being accused of that, this is nothing short of compromising the International Court. There are no buts about it. Any person from the civilized world will tell you that this is a shame, and the judges who ruled that way sooner or later will be brought to justice. Israel, as the only democratic country of the Middle East, is the realistic answer to your question. Everything lies in the history of Israel. The Israeli society has always been civilized and democratic and militarized, even at the times of Sidrion. And the modern Israel, where men and women serve, where military service is something dignified, it gives you an opportunity for further self-actualization, and at the same time, numerous political parties, fair political process, and so on. So why don't you want to use Israel as an example? But the protests in Israel are being dispersed. Now, the protests in Israel will continue, and it has nothing to do with the war. I have a similar question. I am from Lviv National University. Democracies do not win wars, as it was said once. Whose quote is that? Who said that? People say, right? The USA and Great Britain, well, together with the USSR, won over the Germany and Italy, which were not democratic. Rome, with its political system, destroyed Carthage, where there was no democracy. Democracies win over autocracies time and time again in history, and those defeated countries just disappear. So you have just to rightly set up the logistics of these wars and understand whom you are fighting, where you have to stop, where you have to advance, and so on. So I just wanted to say that the authoritarian vertical is much more efficient. Why? What makes you think so? What makes you think so? It's not that I've came to that conclusion, but in general. So what's your question? Whether democracies win wars? Yes, they do. Can autocracy be more efficient than democracy? No. Can democracy be ineffective when it is unprofessional? Yes. But there's one special thing. In autocracies, citizens do not make their choice. And in democracy, people decide whether their state will be efficient or not. So they can lose to autocracies sometimes, but not because they are a democracy, but just because they are idiots. We had three girls. Now let's give the mic to a guy. I am Edward. Thank you very much, Vitaly. We've had a lot of interactions with you at lectures and so on. And today, I'd like to ask you, how can Ukraine ensure media intensity? Media intensity? I mean, Ukraine's presence in mass media in the countries of the global south, given our limited resources. In Kuwait, for instance, there are just a few Ukrainian correspondents working, whereas the number of the U.S. reporters there runs into hundreds. And Russians, for that matter, have tens and hundreds working there. Where? In Kuwait. In Kuwait. I speak about Kuwait just by way of example. And so our representation at the diplomacy level is very small. If you do not take a look at these countries on the map, you would not understand in which league we're playing.
The question is how, in view of this trend and of our limited economic resources, how can we oppose Russian influence in those countries to become members of the European Union? That's why European Union was set up, because separately European countries cannot oppose. Today we can do what we can do. We are a little state in the gray zone. We have to leave the gray zone. So, in my opinion, Ukrainians should stop thinking that they are Soviet Union. You also have to stop thinking like this. Many of our compatriots still think that we are Soviet Union, and we compare the United States have so many, Russians have so many, why we have fewer? Because we are not Soviet Union. It's a question about how can we, within the format which we may have for this work, do not invent the wheel. There are simple ways. Either you become a part of some organism which is more serious, or you do not have serious presence at the international arena. For example, the president of Yugoslavia, Joseph Broz Tito, when he quarreled with Stalin and realized that he could not become part of the socialist bloc and his state individually isn't worth nothing in Europe, and the West didn't accept him because he was communist, he decided to join non-allied countries. He went to India, he went to Egypt, and together they set up the movement of non-allied countries, which till the end of the Cold War allowed Joseph Broz Tito to be one of the leaders of the world, though he was the leader of the state, the population of which was much smaller than in Ukraine, and which then fell apart after his death, because he managed to create a bigger international structure which represented his interests as well, because the leaders of the countries which are biggest countries of the current global south. So the question is, if you are able to become part of the bigger one, you will be able to defend your interests. The next question. Somewhere in the back row. Ladies, prepare the next questions from you. Vitaly, my name is Markian. My question is, it may sound paradoxal, because we are now at the youth forum dedicated to the security. But the realities of modern Ukraine is that the majority of youth is apolitical. And today we had a representative of the Ministry of Education, Mikhailo Vinnytsky, who said that since 2025, they are introducing the military training as a subject in Ukrainian schools. But over the recent times, we haven't heard about any introduction of any political science subject at schools. And I think that it's not good, because the political system in Ukraine is somehow amorphous. We don't have clear-cut representation of political views. Democratic parties, conservative parties, left or right. So when young people go for voting, in fact, they don't know what movement they will vote for. Why don't they introduce any political science subject at secondary school, and how can the situation be changed? You know, once again, this question should be asked to the Minister of Education, not to me. But in any case, I should say that youth all over the world is always apolitical and not interested in politics. I belong to the generation of people who studied at school military training and political science. I wouldn't say that youth surrounding me was politically minded. This will always be like this. And no teaching of political science at school will not change anything. But you can change this. If you want to have a party which would protect your interests, you have to set up such a party, fund it, to be its activist, think about defense of your interests. If you want for our society to change, you must have ownership which you want to protect and to give money for. When people say, why there is no party which would protect your interests, I say, why are you ready to fund your party? They say, we are poor people, but Renat Akhmetov and Kolomoisky are rich people, and they fund political party. Which political party would defend, whose interest will defend this political party? If we speak about Elon Musk, who invests millions into the political party, which political party would support the interests of Elon Musk? So, but there is another example that, like Kamala Harris in the United States, that very many people, little people, give some money to her party. This way, they support this party, and this party will be standing for their interests. Girls on this third row. Good evening, Alina. As any conscientious citizen of our state, I care about in what country my parents will get older. This is like a election promo slogan. So the question is, how can we fight corruption in our state in order to win? I'm ready to vote for you already. You already have my vote. How easy it is to catch you. I'm going to burst into tears. In order to fight corruption correctly, you need public solidarity, society solidarity. So you have to, first, you need to be ready yourself not to give bribes. We are living in a cynical society where everyone comes to you and says how terrible corruption is. And then after this, they ask, don't you know anyone who could help us solve this or that problem? This is the way we all are living. And the struggle against and fighting against corruption will begin with the people who say, I don't want to live like this. If there is a majority of such people, if there is a minority of such people, this will never yield the results. So I can say that fighting corruption, you can start with the fair and honest judges and law enforcement authorities and transparent governance and so on. But if you continue giving bribes, this will not help you. The second row lady in white.
Вітаю, пане Віталію. Дякую. Мене
My
звати
greetings. My name is Daria.
продовжити частково тематику.
I would like to follow up the topic which was raised by my colleague. It's a question about a militarized state. You said that Ukraine can take Israel as a model in terms of introducing this culture. How realistic it is to do it in view of Ukrainian mentality? Israel is an excellent example, but we understand that this militarized state was developing for decades. And how quickly can Ukraine build such a system? I can tell you a lot about Jewish mentality, but I'm not going to share this experience. And I must tell you that there is no big difference. Even more, I think that Ukrainian mentality is more prone to discipline than Jewish. I'm sitting here answering your question. I've delivered a speech to you, 10 to 15 minutes, and you are sitting and listening to me. If you think that I would be able to do something like this in Israel, you're mistaken. After the 4 minutes of this speech, somebody would raise and say, "Are you serious? Do you really think like this?" There was no case in Israel environment that I was able to make a speech for more than 3 to 5 minutes. Jewish mentality differs from Ukrainian in a way that Ukrainian mentality is archaic and Jewish mentality is egocentric. And nevertheless, on this authority, the militarized state with democracy was set up. Why? Because people who didn't want to participate in this in Israel didn't want to live there. We are now at the same stage of selection. People who would not accept such development of values will leave Ukraine. And here, the people would stay who understand what is necessary for our state to survive. But even more, there will be people who will be coming back who are prepared to such a model. So it's a selection, and Israel is an example of selection of those who are prepared.
Хлопцям дайте мікрофон комусь з хлопців. Он тут у нас є рука. Ага.
We have time for 2 more questions.
Добрий день, мене звати Фелікс. У мене
My name is Felix. I have a question of territorial nature. How important are territories for Ukraine in the context of this war? We understand that until Russia captures all these territories, it will not stop. So we are losing people on the occupied territories because of Russian propaganda, because of them being deported. But how important for us is how much population would survive in order to stop the Russian aggression. For Ukraine, people are the most important. There are no people, there is no state. For Ukraine, the rule of international law is important. Nobody has a right to steal territories of the neighbor. And for Ukraine, territories are important because it's Ukrainian land. But there's an important point. We can defend as much territory as we can defend and liberate. So it's all related to the issue of capabilities, and the war will end only when enemy will stop fighting. Many people in the West think that this is a war for the territories, for Crimea, for Donbass, and so on. No, it's not true. Donbass and Crimea, they are strongholds in order to capture the whole territory of Ukraine. Putin was not stopped after annexation of Donbass. He started capturing Zaporizhia in Kherson Oblast. It's not Donbass according to the geographic knowledge. So land is not a priority, but
Розійшлися. 5 хвилин лишилося, люди
you have 5 minutes left.
вже зараз без гендерного.
Now without a gender component. First past the post.
Чому? Це можливо без хлопців, а тільки дівчата. Зараз буде фемінний терор. Давайте
Now we are giving the floor to girls.
Вітаю, мене звати Катерина, і моє питання
I'm Katerina.
чи варто Україні
Whether Ukraine should initiate new alliances like we had in terms of union with Poland and the United Kingdom. I'm not for imitating anything and inventing the wheel. We can set up any alliance with NATO member states, but member states of NATO will operate according to Article 5 if we are members of NATO. Otherwise, it will be just imitation. Yes, we may have special relations with the allies, which would promote our integration into NATO.
Доброго вечора, пане Віталію.
Good evening.
Характеризувати, власне, одну з тез, які мені вдалося почути на
Let me mention one
з якими я слідкую.
point which I heard as a characterization of the Russian-Ukrainian conflict. It is that Ukraine will not win and Russia will not lose. In this sense, don't you think that Ukraine is a buffer zone which satisfies not only Russia in the historical context, because joining Ukraine joining NATO would be the same as Soviet missiles on the territory of Cuba for United States. So don't you think that if Ukraine is a buffer zone, it will be good for Russian Federation and for the United States? Once again, I'd like to remind you, when you're asking this question, you're following the Russian propaganda. Russia is not interested in our accession to NATO at all. As you see, Russia was absolutely quiet concerning joining Finland, joining NATO. The strategic opportunities of Finland are much stronger than Ukraine, because Stalin attacked Finland because it was more threat for Russian Federation. For Russia, accession Ukraine to NATO means only one thing, that Ukrainian state they will not be able to capture in the future. And the whole strategy of Russia has been that the ex-Soviet republics should be sitting in the freezer, so that one day they will take it out of them and join to NATO, to Russia. If Ukraine is a NATO member, then it will not be possible. So the question is not in NATO, but in the very fact of existence of Ukrainian state. It's not the war for joining us, NATO, European Union, but it's a war which started in 2014 for the very fact of our existence. Because as soon as the ex-Soviet republics started moving towards the structures whose participants have obligations towards them, it's not only about Ukraine, it's about the others as well. Putin demanded not to sign an association agreement with the European Union from Ukraine and from Armenia. Maidan 2013-2014 was related to the agreement on association with the European Union. Annexation of Crimea began when Arseniy Yatsenyuk, present here, had to sign the first part of the agreement, association agreement with the European Union. Only the first part, and Russia already started trying to turn Ukraine into the disabled state, even by way of creation of artificial crisis and Russian attacks on the continental part of Ukraine. It's not about whether buffer Ukraine is good or not. It's about absolutely different choice, whether Ukrainian state exists if it is part of some unions, it's a guarantee that it will exist, or it will disappear. And we, not all of us, but those who will stay alive, will remain on the territory of Kyiv Oblast of Russian Federation. That's why in Crimea they don't want us to be members of NATO. And in NATO they are afraid that if they agree to accept us members of organization, Russia would be ready to any and the most radical steps to slow down the loss of Ukraine as a territory of potential capturing for always. Because in terms of nuclear war, Russia is not prepared to nuclear war with North Atlantic Organization. The last question, briefly. Ukraina Молода newspaper. It's a question about the Minister of Interior, Klemenko, who said that police officers cannot fight because they have nothing to do with trenches and engineering fortifications. They're trained to fight criminals. I think this question should be asked to officials who say this, and the issue of how Ukrainian defense forces should be formed, you should ask to the Ukrainian military. Thank you. On this, we finish this talk, this discussion. We thank you all. Thank you very much. Thank you for your activity. Now we have the next, we have family photo. Please, I ask everyone to get together on this podium, and we'll follow the instructions by photographers, by cameramen.
Так, давайте так. Хтось присідає, хто повище йде назад. Ви ж всі вмієте грати в цю гру. А я зараз скомандую всіма і прийду. Мені ж треба, щоб всі стали, щоб я бачила, як всі вистроїлися. Так. О, мені там прям місце зарезервували. А я зараз буду вас пасувати. Так, так, оп. Ну що, всі уявляють, як палає Кримський міст і посміхаються. На найвищу камеру дивимось.
Так, все, опа!
Супер! Що, ще?
Перемога, правильно, Оля каже. Перемога.
Вікторі!
Слава Україні!
Героям слава! Супер, дякую всім величезне. Не розходьтеся далеко від сцени, тому що у пані Наталі є що вам сказати.
Don't go away. Natalia has an announcement to make. So you were expecting the networking, so now we will have a task to get into groups. Oops. Нас вирубили, як папа Карло Буратіно.